Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to Wark's Adventures, or the Punch Mage, or something like that, where last time we managed to get through pretty much the entirety of World 1, and I have decided that I will want to have a few more elixirs. We don't need that many, but a few are going to be very desirable, like I think 3, 4 maybe. And with 3 or 4 elixirs we should be able to get through, well, the important parts of World 2 at the beginning until we can get other items too. Further, what I did do is I calculated some things. So let's see. I think I will want to have build up for later. Elf cape, stealth rope. Alright. So, one thing that was actually brought up last time, and I thought was actually quite interesting, was that we could, in theory, with a monk, do Atmos in the true solo character challenge way. So, for reference, if you don't know who or what Atmos is, it's a boss later on that a number of solo characters did take on their own strength, but also, to an extent, needed to deviate a little bit from the true solo character challenge path by killing off their allies one by one rather than having all of them dead at the beginning of battle. The reason for this is that if you want to take on Atmos in a, well, solo character challenge way where all your allies are dead at the beginning of battle, as much as possible anyways, the problem with this arises where you will probably have to level up to a ridiculous degree in order to be able to achieve that. We did do that with a number of solo characters already, namely ones that had enough damage that they could just straight up do it with a solo character challenge way. Others that had other means of surviving the onslaught that Atmos gave, or just kind of exploit Atmos' weakness of being able to be put to sleep. So there's a number of things that can happen. But also some other characters, well, they dealt all the damage themselves, it's just that the allies, as in Ferris, in this case, Galuf and Lena, would just kind of get knocked out one by one, and that's all they do. They literally just stand there, and that's that. However, with a monk, we have so much HP growth plus HP plus 30% ability that we can reach the required HP threshold surprisingly quickly, probably. To give you a frame of reference, I have calculated that if we get to level 53, we need just a little bit over 10 successful hits on Atmos. And if you get a little bit lucky with a crit or 2 in there as well, then Atmos should be reasonably doable with a monk without too much trouble. Plus, I will want to be relatively high level for X-Def at the end of World 2 anyways, so it just kind of feels like might as well just go for the true solo Atmos challenge as well. The reason why a lot of other classes don't go for that true solo challenge is, as mentioned before, you would have to level up so high that a large portion of the later stages of the game are just going to be either really trivial, or, well, it just takes so much longer to level up in World 2 as opposed to later on in World 3. Stuff like that. Either way. But for a monk, I think we can just go for the straightforward way. Yes, welcome back to the Punch Mage. We cast Fist and we cast Kick. And welcome everybody, hope you have a most pleasant day today. So right now, I'm looking for elixirs. Each one of these cursor enemies in the bottom right here, as well as these Under the Rusk enemies, have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us an elixir. We are currently level 29. We may want to be a bit higher level for Gilgamesh on the bridge anyways. Maybe. Actually, I'm wondering whether we can take on Gilgamesh on the bridge by counter-attacking. That's an interesting thought. I didn't even consider that until just now. Because I think Gilgamesh face change is actually itself a counterattack. And like we have done with previous bosses a number of times already, if we counterattack the bosses, they do not counterattack our counterattack. So we can just completely circumnavigate that. Flame scrolls, by the way, are also a 1 in 60 drop chance by these weird psychohead enemies. How many elixirs are you trying to have before continuing? 3 or 4, I think. Kinda depends on how long it takes to get 3, then I might go for a 4th one. Also, I just realized something. Let me reset my capture real quick. Alright. Because for some reason, after I start the stream and then reset the capture, the entire screen is just full in a different ratio? I don't know why that is. It's very strange. So I have to restart the capture after I start the stream, or at the very beginning at least. Either way, you didn't miss anything. We didn't get any elixirs. We just continue holding down the button. Yeah, we currently have 1 elixir, so I would like to have 3 more, preferably. We probably don't need 3 more. Also, just remember, there's actually some elixirs I can get in Tycoon Castle and a high potion. I may want to go for that. Okay. 2 times a 1 in 16 chance. We get an elixir from this encounter, which means if you want to calculate the entire chance to get at least 1 elixir from 2 enemies that can drop them, you go 15 divided by 16 to the power of 2. That is your chance, basically, almost. Let's see, what would that be? 15 times 15 divided by 16 divided by 16. Minus 1, actually. So we would have a 12.11-ish% chance to get an elixir from an encounter with 2 enemies that can drop elixirs. So not terrible, not great either. By the way, for anybody who has not seen the solo White Mage challenge run, I grinded up to 99 elixirs in here. And I couldn't just hold down the button for each encounter like the monk can. I had to effectively target the enemies with Cure and knock them all out that way. That took a while. Thankfully we don't have to go quite that far as a monk. But since my goal level is going to be level 53 somewhere in World 2 anyways, I will want to try and defeat enemies along the way. So yeah, there's not a whole lot else I have to say about that, kind of hoping that I get an elixir. Each encounter has at least 1 enemy that can drop an elixir in here, some of them even have 2, like this one. Unfortunately, mastering the chop class for the monk is not going to help us at all, I don't think. Well, actually it might help me against Gilgamesh on the bridge, which is going to be interesting. Kind of depends on how I want to defeat him, I suppose. Hello, welcome to Metal Bear. How are you doing today? Might actually get a level here at this rate. You're doing well. Glad to hear that. And yes, we're elixir grinding. Precisely. If we reach level 31, we actually could equip the strength ring, and that's going to give us an additional little bit of attack power. Or well, actually, technically speaking, it's called an attack multiplier. It's just more damage in the end. Attack power as a monk, specifically, you do get every level a little bit. Which, as mentioned before, monk is the only job class in the entire game that gains a little bit more attack power every level. All the other jobs, they do not benefit each and every level in terms of gaining more damage, because it's always reaching certain thresholds that are determined by level and strength, sometimes agility and sometimes magic power, depending on which weapon you use. And sometimes, in some weird circumstances, certain weapons like daggers can even lose you damage if you level up under special circumstances. Kinda strange. Sorry if you missed that part. Is there a reason for using butts rather than fairies for the solo run? Well, the main reason is because at the end of each of the job challenges, I have a raffle where the winner of the raffle can tell me whether I should use butts or whether I should use fairies as the solo character. And that's kind of it, really. Generally speaking, I think fairies is slightly better in terms of stat distribution, generally speaking, but for the most part it doesn't make a huge difference. Fairies having 3 more agility, on the other hand, that can make a bit of a difference, but for the most part I would say that it's whatever your preference is. Fairies is missing for 1 more boss than butts in, well, the Antlion that is. But at the same time, the Antlion is right after you defeat X-Def at the end of World 2, which is literally 3 times more HP and a lot more difficult, so not including that in the solo challenge I think is quite fine. You'll try to make it till the end of a challenge then. Oh, I see. Welcome and good luck on with the raffle. So, as a heads up, I do not know when the end of the challenge will be. I don't really plan that far ahead, because sometimes I just feel like streaming for only 4 hours, because certain things might be more exhausting than others. Sometimes it's like 8, 9, and we might manage to maybe just defeat the bosses. It really depends. One thing that I'm actually gonna be kind of curious about, in fact I could start checking that out now at this point, is whether there's going to be a set of enemies somewhere in World 2 where I can just kick and defeat all of them at the same time. Because that would be the optimal case scenario. Hey Newster, welcome, how are you doing today? Enjoy this run, but remember that all work and no play is a bad thing. Well, what if I'm playing work? Some things are more tiring than others, like for elixir farming. Ah, we just got one. Honestly, elixir farming is actually one of the more relaxing things to me, as long as it doesn't go on for too long. Oh. Boost. Thank you for the boost. Again, I don't really know how that boost thingy manifests, but I guess visibility is nice. Maybe some people might find the challenge to run this. Thank you. you. Alrighty, I'm actually going to start boost. I'm going to start looking into enemies at the end of World 2. So I think around Fairy Orc is what I want to look for. So Fairy. How do you spell Fairy Orc? There, Fairy Orc. Fairy Orc has 1000 HP. So since I'm not even doing 1000 damage with a kick to these enemies, chances are... Now that's interesting. Trailbell has 380, Tarantula have 200. 88 experience per encounter. How does that compare to the Wild Max? Boost. Thank you for the boost. I do appreciate those. Kicking it old school with solo monk run. Yep, that sounds about right. Unlike Final Fantasy 1, you never really reach the point, or at least you don't reach the point within a reasonable time frame where you just go mowing down absolutely everything. You're just becoming really strong once you reach certain, like, critical... Actually, once you're just decently high level, I suppose, that's all. Karnak. Karnaks are 140 experience. So that's actually less with tarantulas and jail bears. Rockbring, 330. Torrent, 700 HP. 330. Huh, it's actually not gonna kill the Rusk in the background there. Water Bus has 600 HP. We're already at the Hydras. Alrighty, so in order to knock out certain enemies, would have to be early at once it looks to be. Bark. His climbers are confused a little bit. Thank you. You wonder why kick is the only job command that the job doesn't teach. I think there is one other one. I thought there was one other one. Let me actually mentally go through the lists real quick. I do remember kick being very much of an outlier like that though. Maybe not. Maybe a mistake on that end. No, I think you're right. Kick is the only ability. Maybe because the character kicking looks so weird. Equip Boomerang could be considered an ability. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Then again. So, if you look at this, you just have the character doing the standing, like cheer pose, but they are sitting sideways when they are kicking. So maybe that just doesn't work too well with other job classes? Question mark? I don't really know. Mark is doing a limbo, yep. Limbo's right through the enemies. Rank. Thank you for boost. Yeah. I don't know whether sprite limitations make that much sense. Hey, we got another elixir. We are level 30. 3 elixirs. Alright, we actually can go and grab more elixirs from Tycoon Castle. SNS can't naturally rotate sprites. Really? I thought you could. Work. You could stack like equip Boomerang as part of the Thief's Agility job, and it would make perfect sense. I agree. Then again, some of the weapons that are classified as boomerangs, you don't necessarily consider to be boomerangs, like the double lens, for example. Actually, that's the only thing I can think of. But I do agree, it would make sense. Boost. Thank you. Alrighty, Tycoon Castle. Let's go ahead and watch some cutscenes and get more elixirs in here. Unfortunately, I have to watch the cutscene. Don't get an option. But hey, we get some high potion. One high potion and I think 2 or 3 elixirs out of it, so that's nice. I don't have any coffee anymore. Certain games use the chip built into the cartridge for extra calculations. The Super FX chip in Yoshi's Island is the most well known for that, since Yoshi's Island extensively uses sprite rotation and scaling. I see. Yeah, actually in that case, since I didn't realize that wasn't built into the default toolset for rotation, then it would make sense that it would be a sprite limitation. That they couldn't just have a kick animation for each sprite. Flipping in both directions effectively on an 80-degree rotation. So basically can only rotate 180 degree, right? There's the high potion. And if I'm not mistaken, all of the other elixirs and items are on the right side of the castle. Not here. I always do that, I feel. By the way, one little thing that I was really weirded out by in Final Fantasy IV when I casually played through it for the first time. In Final Fantasy IV, when there's a wall right here, you cannot go any further down. In Final Fantasy V, you can do the more or less natural thing and just, well, go behind the wall. It makes sense. But Final Fantasy V, it just, like, is not really such a thing, unless you can specifically go through the wall. Which there is parts like that. So yeah, there's nothing further up. So here we go. Hey sailors outside, welcome. Hope you have a nice day so far. So for running faster calculations than the SNS natively supports on the chip, not sure what else. I see. Next down, there's the elixir. Alright, we have 5 elixirs. I think that's gonna be sufficient for the beginning of World 3. So... excuse me, World 2. We're not in World 3 yet. So there's 2 cabins through the wall on the right, and if you visit the Chancellor, as he requested, excuse me, you can actually get a number of pretty useful items. Alrighty, and with this, I think we are ready to go into the next world. I'm going to remove all my equipment, because that equipment may want to be used by Galuf in order to knock down Gilgamesh. The Mode 7 is the Mode 7 effect is native to SNES though. I'm not sure how it gets calculated. It replaces all the normal layers with a single layer that can rotate. Right, but that would be a weird thing to do in the combat. Alrighty, welcome to World 2. What you need to do in World 2 is you need to use a tent or a cabin in order to proceed the story. On the island here, there's specifically one enemy and one enemy only that always guaranteed drops a tent. So if you for some reason want to farm tents, you can run around here for a while and just defeat these pals over and over again. But eventually, even if you don't catch on to that you're supposed to use a tent, there's a little cutscene that says, hey, we probably should camp for a while. Like, your characters literally talk to each other saying that, because it's getting late and stuff. Mode 7 is basically a sampling hack. I see. Alrighty, who's gonna hit this guy? You don't need to win this battle here, and chances are you may lose it, because the abductor here can cast Hurricane. But at the same time, if you do win, you always get an ether at the end of the battle, which is at least 750 gold. And then, well, you need to open up the chest, which contains a gas trap, and you pass out anyways. So it's basically just a slight variation of whether you win that battle or not. Alrighty. Now, this is the part where we have a very brief solo Galuf section. The solo Galuf section is never supposed to be difficult in any capacity, because you just need to deal a little bit of damage to Gilgamesh, and Gilgamesh does very little damage. However, you will one-shot a level 1 character. So what I could in theory do is I could just level up Galuf to like level 10, 11, something like that, and he would relatively easily be able to defeat Gilgamesh. However, for the rest of the game, that would make it pretty awkward to knock out Galuf whenever I'm going to go back to the solo character, so we're just gonna do the easy thing. We're just gonna briefly use the samurai in order to get past that, well, little encounter. It's kind of a similar reason as to why I think it's perfectly fine to do whatever necessary or useful to get past Antline. It's not really a particularly interesting or difficult boss. However, in some solo characters, it's fun to try and figure out whether we can, as a matter of fact, defeat Gilgamesh with a solo level 1 character of that corresponding job. That's not really going to be a thing for a monk, however. Monk doesn't really have any special abilities to knock out Gilgamesh in any capacity. At least not efficiently. Obtain works items. That's why I unequip work actually. Because here I will want to briefly equip Galuf with stuff. And I turn him into a samurai. With the elf cape. Actually, don't even have a shield. That's fine. He shouldn't get into encounters anyways. You know this game only uses a variable width for dialogue text though, not enemy names / equipment menus. Actually it does not use variable width. What the game does have, however, is it has certain double letters, like the double L right here, that is just one character. So basically they had additional space for additional characters, because the Japanese, well, alphabet or characters has more characters, so they actually replaced these double L's and such. Everything else, it is actually monospace font, all things considered. It's just TL and LL and such are just like one character. And yeah, the translation, or the fan translation team, so for anybody who does not know, the Final Fantasy V fan translation here was one of the first, like, really well and excellently done fan translation patches for any of the games. Like, there had been fan translation patches before, but most of them just literally replaced the text and didn't adjust anything. This one here, they did actually some additional programming in order to make the font fit, to make everything just kind of go well and neatly, and actually look like a proper, like, translation, localization, rather than just a straight up replace text type of deal. So they did a lot of work with this, and also a lot of pioneering work for that matter. Also, welcome to Gilgamesh, where we just throw some money at him. We need to deal 1500 damage to him. He has 0 defense. And even a level 1 samurai throwing money at him will just instantly win. And this is how we do this. And welcome to you, Mr. Holmes. This goes quite well. Thank you. I hope you're doing well as well. Fellow solo quester. Wait a sec. I do know your name, Mr. Holmes. I don't exactly remember what you soloed though. I'm actually curious now. Oh, Dragon Warrior 4 solo? Whoa. I was actually wondering whether that was possible or doable. Have you done Dragon Warrior 2 as well? By chance? Nice. Either way, welcome. I hope you have a nice day so far. That's awesome. Actually, in that case, Mr. Holmes, am I following you? I should be following you. There we go. If I may ask, what's your current project for soloing? Maybe people might be interested in that too, since I love challenge runs, especially silly and not so, well, difficult ones, I guess. Okay. Alrighty, don't forget to equip Butts, give him the elf cape so he can dodge physical attacks, which I'm actually not sure I will want that. Huh. Technically Dragon Warrior 1. Well, I suppose not wrong, is it? Nice. Dragon Warrior 2, 3, 4. Dragon Warrior 3 is a massive pain. I have to admit, I don't really know the Dragon Warrior games too well. Actually, the one I know the best, I've never played any of them really. The one I happen to know the best because I watched a lot of runs of it is Dragon Warrior 2. And ever since I saw that, I've been wondering, what if you just do a solo run with one of the characters? I would wonder how that works out. Your current project was doing Dragon Warrior 4 solo percent where only one person gets experience in each chapter. Oh boy. That sounds like a lot of work. How's that going for you, if I may ask? Good luck to you. Rock Brain. Oh, those are rock brains. Wait a second. This might actually be an interesting place for the monk to grind eventually. Right now we don't deal enough damage to these enemies here to knock them out in one kick, but they only have 600 HP. So in theory, we might be able to defeat these rock brains with one kick once we are a little bit higher level than this. They give more experience than the Karnak. That's actually one of the things I just recently looked up. They give more experience than the Karnak, and if we get lucky with some formations, we might be able to just defeat them in 2 ticks. Unless they Dark Shock us. I actually didn't consider that part, because Dark Shock basically quarters our attack power. But yeah, we might actually come back here later, once we have a few more levels to do that stuff. Just a thought. Actually, how much experience do I need? A bit much. Alrighty, let's get some music here. How has Monk been so far? Monk actually has been surprisingly easy. Well, maybe not surprising, because the Monk is really powerful in the early stages of the game, but it does tend to fall off, at least in party play, towards the middle stages of the game, like around here is where the Monk starts falling off pretty heavily. Unless you specifically level the character higher, which is what we're gonna be doing. Maidenhall solo is not difficult. Canuck was near impossible even at maximum level. So Maidenhall, I actually don't know which one is which, but I know Dragon Warrior 2 is the main character. I think is an exclusively physical attacker. Then you have the Prince dude, who is both physical and a bit of magic. And then the Princess, who is mostly magic, I think. I have to admit I don't know the names. Alrighty. So this first encounter, we always get into this encounter. All the other encounters on the bridge you can actually completely circumvent. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no. Oh wow, alright. So this is a great grinding spot. Holy cow. This is not something I anticipated. These things have just about a bit less than 500 HP. And the reason why this is such a good grinding spot is because we one-shot all of them. They give 900 experience. This is basically way better than most other things, plus we get high potions. And we can only do this as long as this event is still going on here. I've never considered this before, but this is probably as good as it gets for experience. Yeah, this is a free grind. Like, I thought we wouldn't be able to deal enough damage to one-shot them with kick, but apparently this is pretty reliable. This is amazing. And we have good music on top of it. Maidenhall is the main character, Kanak is the prince, who is useless in the endgame. I see. Interesting. Do you have a comparison of the various physical classes in this challenge? That comparison, I mean, I can do that now, because we're gonna stay here for a while. This is really crazy good experience for how easy it is. Plus, we get high potions for free. Like, this might literally be... So I was considering leveling a bunch on the Karnak's wolves outside of, well, Karnak. And they are a guaranteed encounter in the forest and give pretty good experience. But this is more experience than that. let the 2-hour grind begin. Probably not quite that much. I think I will want to reach the next set of, like, multiplier thresholds. Once we do that, we'll probably just move on. Like, I'm not gonna stay here for too long, I don't think. But right now, it would be silly not to take advantage of this very unique kind of grind. None of the other characters have done that. Alrighty, let's see, physical character comparison. What did we do? So far we have done Dragoon. Dragoon was a pretty interesting physical character, to say the least, because you could sit in the back row and do full damage to enemies via jump. Plus, the jump allowed you to completely circumvent certain dangerous turns of enemies. Well, if they didn't have way too much speed. Either way, the Dragoon offered a lot of very interesting opportunities for jumping over difficult or dangerous enemy abilities and turns. So that ended up actually being mostly pretty intriguing to try and learn. It was also only my second solo character challenge run, so I think a lot of the things were not quite as sophisticated as they were at that point. So yeah, it worked quite well overall though. Plus you have heavy armor sitting in the back row with a shield. You survive a lot as a Dragoon, it's great. Then another physical character is kind of the Dancer. Dancer had so little maximum HP that it actually was a problem. Like, Dancer is one of the few solo characters where you specifically level up to certain points just to get more maximum HP. Most other characters, it is okay just to reach the next set of thresholds for attack multipliers, but for Dancer we needed HP, because it's literally the lowest vitality of any character. So yeah, but beyond that, once the Dancer got going, especially in World 3 with a chicken knife, we could actually literally sit in the back row and still deal almost maximum damage, thanks to the sword dancers being surprisingly reliable. But beyond that, the sword dancers did take quite a while to complete, so to speak. It's kind of because of the nature of the things. Then next up we had the Mystic Knight. Mystic Knight is another class that has heavy armor, but one of the fascinating advantages of Mystic Knight, aside from the sword magic, which is insanely powerful, is that Mystic Knight is actually very fast. Mystic Knight has 38 base agility, which is way above average. It's the second best alongside Ninja, just slightly behind Thief in terms of agility. So Mystic Knight was overall a pretty powerful class. I was actually surprised on how much trouble I had in certain instances, mainly because if Mystic Knight couldn't exploit an enemy's weakness for status effects or elementals, it wasn't particularly strong and it kind of struggled a little bit there, but nothing bad honestly. Just took a little bit longer. Then I guess technically a Hunter is a physical class, but you could sit in the back row. The various elements of the bows, once we actually got them, as well as the status effect bows were kind of huge, because you could pretty reliably blind all enemies. On top of that you have one of the strongest active abilities with X-Fight, or also known as Rapid Fire, that would annihilate individual single bosses. So Hunter very powerful, but also kinda tricky because you couldn't aim X-Fight for enemies and bosses in single encounters. Then, I suppose Bard was kind of a melee class because that's our only offensive capability for a long time. Bard was weak offensively, and especially struggled against bosses like Soul Cannon, etc. But Bard actually ended up being surprisingly easier than expected. It wasn't easy, not as strong as other classes, but being able to just hide off screen and eventually pump up your stats by the songs, even if it took a while, was insanely powerful. Then we had Cannoneer. Cannoneer, I honestly don't remember a whole lot about it, I just remember it being really strong overall. Like, Cannoneer was crazy. Then the Ninja. That's probably the most powerful solo melee class that we have played so far. I think only Samurai and Gladiator might get even close to this insane power of a Ninja. Because Ninja was able to just absolutely annihilate most enemies. It was quite fascinating. The Ninja, by far the strongest class we have played in terms of... Actually overall I would say. That isn't like reliant on preparation like the Chemist was, or Blue Mage. Yeah. What else? We also played Knight. With the Knight we did a brief blade run, which meant never running away from encounters, which was quite interesting overall. Because we actually had to fight enemies that I don't normally fight. But beyond that, just packs quite a punch, has decent armor. But that's kind of about it. The variety, or some of the interesting Knight swords were quite nice to use once in a while though. Plus you did have some minor elemental advantages too. So it did work quite fine. I'm not sure whether you would consider Beastmaster to be a melee class, but I guess it mostly physically attacks, aside from the one monster release. The monster catch and release places were pretty interesting. And then we have Thief. Thief, I was prepared to spend a long time on that solo class, but aside from Biblos, it actually was surprisingly smooth sailing, honestly. So I don't really have much to complain about for the Thief. Boost, thank you. Hey Blood, welcome. How are you doing today? Boost, thank you. Are we training? Yeah, we're actually training here because this is 900 experience. I was actually looking up experience numbers and enemy HP values, etc. Trying to figure out what would be my best grinding spot. And honestly, this might be literally my best grinding spot for the entirety of World 2. And once I'm past here, I cannot get back here. So I will probably want to get at least some levels here, I think. Boost, thank you. You're fine. Glad to hear that. I'm doing quite well as well, thank you. Doesn't Bart have a ton of abuses with the songs? Sorry, I'm just going to read chat now. I was just kind of in the classes thing. Yes, Bart does have some very fascinating, powerful uses of the songs. That is very true. The main problem about a Bart is, especially in the early game, before you have the songs, you don't really have a whole lot. Let's put it that way. You're just... I guess awkwardly sitting around, you could say. And have to slowly plink enemies to death with your little dagger. That was kind of the most difficult part about the Bard. But we were able to take advantage of some of the more quirky things of a Bard, where we specifically hit from certain bosses' enemies' turns off screen, so they couldn't hit us. And for some reason, sometimes when we came back onto the screen, neither us could attack the enemy, nor could the enemy attack us, and I don't know why that kind of weirdness bug occurs. We also had them sometimes with a Dragoon too. It was kind of weird. Gladiator has a slash all, yes. I don't really know how that exactly works, but Gladiator is going to be strong, especially in the early stages, actually for a lot of places where we could use the finisher. And yes, the GBA classes are definitely well above the rest, all things considered. Even the Oracle is really powerful. The only place the Oracle struggled actually was the final boss, where I specifically needed to farm light staves in order to get past phase 1. Like, that was literally the main problem of the Oracle there. Yes, Gladiator will get access to those two. Boost, thank you. And yes, we did abuse the songs of the Bard once we had them. But even that was, depending on which boss we were facing, kind of tricky. We need another level already. Holy cow, this is fast. Compared to other places anyways. This grinding spot is the best grinding spot, if only because we hear this track on loop. Maybe. Berserker took like 100 hours, you think? Yeah, a bit more, but yes. We didn't even complete the Berserker. Oh yeah, that's a physical class too. I kind of forgot about that part. Yeah. Berserker took... Let's see, where's the Berserker line? $114 hours and 50 minutes to get to XDev. Yeah, Berserker, I think it's kind of its own category, because you can't control the Berserker in battle. It's just... you set up everything, you grind a ridiculous amount, and that's it. Like, I wouldn't even want to compare it to the rest of the melee classes, honestly. Berserker is clearly the worst of the physical classes. Well, yeah. It's not just physical, too. Each battle takes 13 seconds roughly, so you're getting around 3,100 to 3,200 experience per minute. That's really good, actually. Yeah, this is better than Helio Mountain. The only thing we could, in theory, improve here... No, actually... The only downside of doing this here is that we don't get elixirs that would be with the other grind, but the other grind that I'm thinking of has cure beasts in it. And the cure beasts are going to be faster than our monk, so they all get an attack off on our character before we get to attack. And if we get the counter attack every time, then that's going to be even slower to knock them all out. And we are not even going to be able to knock them all out with a single click, because they both have evasion, so likelihood of missing some of them is pretty high, as well as 1000 HP. So unless we deal 1000 damage with one kick, we're not gonna one-shot them either way. So yeah, this is actually probably the best grind. Huh. We could see whether like other enemy encounters on the bridge might be equally good for experience, but I kind of doubt they are as good as the little chariots here. All Berserker parties are more doable since you have more HP to go around? Yes, among other things. Yes, we got to Neo XDev phase 2 usually. Sometimes you don't, but most of the time you do get there. You were still wondering about the idea of a full party locked in Berserker with all jobs available. Right, that could be interesting, I do agree. At least this grind has some awesome music to accompany it, indeed. Alright, I would suggest let's actually check out the other encounters on the bridge here too. I normally just completely skip them because I just want to fight Gilgamesh and move on, because, well, that's a thing I guess. Let's see, there should be an encounter around here. There it is. Alright, Neo Galura. We do one-shot the fishes, but not the Neo Galura. Ow. Wow. Let's see, how much experience is this? 900, so it's the same amount as the other ones. There's one more encounter just before the door if you go straight for it. Actually, two more appears. Ooh, this could be good. Turns out the flying killer enemy is in the back row, so we don't guarantee a one-shot. Curious how much HP this thing has. Flying killer. Oh, they only have 300 HP. So if I deal 300 HP to the back row of these, that might be worthwhile. Oh, they are slightly faster than we are. Yeah, this thing has 7 HP remaining. Huh, okay. So I just earlier mentioned that the difference between fairies and buds for the most part doesn't matter. Here, It actually does. So this is intriguing. So because these flying killers have a total of 28 speed exactly, we have 29 agility. And an enemy can have +1 or -1 in speed at random. So it's always either +1 or -1, so it's just a 50-50 that the flying killer is going to go before or after us. And we have full agility equipment right here. We can't have more agility than this. So this would be a better spot than the previous one. If we had one more agility. The Ferris, for reference, has more than one agility more. Maybe. Let's see. Do they have any item drops? No, they don't have any item drops. So with one more level, we will actually guarantee one-shotting these enemies. Do they have evasion? No, they don't have evasion. Weren't you looking for a code to force Berserk status? But run the problem of Berserk status was a bit a shared byte with other statuses? Maybe? Oh yeah, no, actually, that was with the froggy, actually, Carissa. That was a thing. I tried... When I did the solo or complete party of frogs playthrough, where we were permanently frogged, that was a problem, because I couldn't have the cheat code running that kept me as a frog the entire time. Monk is very level reliant, yes. Yes, very much so. Which is why finding a very strong grinding spot like this is such a big deal. Because you do have the kick, which is a great ability, except that it is based on whether enemies are in the back row or not. So this is why the flying kill on the left side here does survive once in a while. So we're gonna go back to the enemies right here until we get one more level. Alright, how much more experience? Wait, did I just level up? I might have. You're already level 35. So as mentioned before, level 53, turning the numbers around, is actually the goal for Atmos, as well as the rest of World 1, and probably potentially even the entirety of the game. But we'll see whether I feel like sticking around here for that long. Actually, the other place I was actually scouting out for potentially grinding was literally just outside here, on the big bridge. On the overworld, because enemies here... Let me rephrase this real quick. Enemies for the most part in World 2, after the big bridge here, have exactly 1000 HP or a little more, or a little less. And we do not deal 1000 damage with our kick, yet anyways. Once we deal about 1000 damage per kick, we can continue on and reliably knock out enemies. But until then, I think the bridge is probably our best bet here. You could listen to this music for a while longer. Sounds good to me. The Wind Crystal had the most balanced front passes, Earth and Fire had the most powerful. Water was average. Let's see, water is Mystic Knight though. Mystic Knight is insane. But I suppose it is kind of... I guess Mystic Knight just kind of pulls up everything else, huh? People consider Red Mage to be not that good, which, to be fair, damage-wise, Red Mage isn't that great overall, even though it does have some redeeming qualities. I like Red Mage a lot thanks to its like versatility, especially in the early stages of the game. It makes it decently strong. And even late game status effects are huge. Both protection for defensive purposes, but also like sleep and such for offensive cases. Yes, Wind Crystal has mostly classic classes. The only exception is that it has Blue Mage instead of Red Mage. Which makes a lot of sense, because Blue Mage you want to have from the beginning of the game. In your opinion, Red Mage should have been the Wind Crystal, Blue Mage should have been Water. I would guess that that was probably the original design intention, but at the same time, I fully agree with Blue Mage being the first one to unlock, because it basically kind of gives you 5 familiar classes with Monk, Knight, White Mage, Black Mage, and Thief. All of these are reasonably familiar and easy to understand. And then you have the Blue Mage, which is a bit of an oddball, because it's not something that you necessarily encounter anywhere else in any other game, really, where you learn abilities specifically from enemies. And especially since you may want to experiment early on with a Blue Mage, it makes a lot of sense to give it to you early on. Plus, that way you can just, well, learn some stuff along the way from enemies, and be able to take advantage of them. I think it actually makes a lot of sense to have Blue Mage in the first set of crystals. Red Mage is there to be a shackle until you get multicast. I disagree, but then again, I'm one of the few ones with that opinion. I really like Red Mage, as you might be able to tell. I never really even get multicast with Red Mage, because it just takes such a long time. I just think the utility is amazing. There's so many status effects, buffs and offensive things you have access to, and even some minor elemental advantages. Plus, if you have a dance in your party, you can even make your Red Mage a pretty capable offensive attacker too. By the way, I'm always kind of talking about from the perspective of a 4-shot Fiesta, in case you're curious. I haven't really played this game casually. Hello! Welcome to you. How are we doing today? What level are we? Oh, 36, we did level up. You know what I'm gonna do? Is I'm gonna go outside briefly and just save, because this level grind here is so ridiculously efficient. And as mentioned before, my only other idea was to actually run around outside here. Like literally encountering enemies on the overworld around here, because they have not as much HP. But I think the problem is that, yeah, this water bus here is in the back row. They do give pretty solid experience overall, but because you don't one-shot them, it's not as efficient. Plus, getting into encounters again actually takes a little bit longer. They do give slightly more experience in comparison, but because it takes more than one turn to defeat them, it's not as efficient. Similarly, the Rock Brains and Torrent enemies are a similar case. Plus, if they level half me, I have to run, because I'm not gonna deal much damage. Level half effectively quarters a monk damage, because Your attack power and multiplier is based on your level, which is a bit unusual in comparison to other job classes where it's literally just your attack multiplier. Which, by the way, getting your level halved for physical damage purposes is still really, really bad for you. It's like half damage, or less even. But for a monk it's quartering your damage if your level gets reduced. Here's the Torrents, they also have about 600 or 700 HP. But, as before, because there's always one enemy in the back row, it's just not as efficient as the big bridge. This is crazy, wow. I was actually kind of racking my brain basically the entire day. Actually, I went to bed a bit later, okay? I was actually kind of planning ahead for the rest of the thing and just kind of trying to figure out what would be the most efficient place to get stuff, because Tick is a very unique ability that is affected by enemy roll. So I was trying to figure out formations of enemies and areas that may be efficient to grind for. But I couldn't really find anything aside from outside here that might be reasonably doable until we're higher level with efficiency. I completely forgot about the enemies on the big bridge here. I did not consider that. Basically, earlier in the stream, while I was grinding for elixirs, I was just looking up my list again and trying to figure out, alrighty, so I have seen a bunch of things. Let me try to figure out where do I now really want to go ahead and grind. Because that was just kind of my main concern. I was just trying to finalize my decision where I'm gonna go. And I basically landed on I'm probably going to stick to Hyria Mountain with Phoenix down the zombie dragons until I'm strong enough to effectively one-shot the rabbits. The Curebees there. Oh, we still not enough damage to knock out the Flying Killer. I think we need an additional attack multiplier. But yeah, this is actually gonna be much more efficient, I guess. Let me actually see how much strength do... Oh, I can't check. How much strength do we have right now? I think it's 54. I'm not mistaken. And I can't exchange any. X55. Can't exchange any items here. Alright, next level threshold is actually level 38. So once we reach level 38, I can go ahead and guarantee a one-shot on all these enemies here. Yeah, I mean this is technically also vanilla console, it's just playing from an ST2 SNES. So I can play the fan translation so people can actually read the text, including me. But the Berserker was indeed done on original Japanese cartridge on console. This is also console, it's just not on the Japanese cartridge. Alrighty, back to the chariots until we are level 38. The only thing rolling mine did was force me to unlock mine, only to immediately lose it after about 30 seconds after. Wow. Yeah, honestly, of the 4-top Fiesta settings, I really do not like the one where you lose the job. It just doesn't seem good to me. Like, in a sense you could say, oh, it's somewhat interesting, but if I play that mode, I want to know which job I'm going to be losing. Because otherwise it's like, oh, well, I guess I just managed to get everybody to have, I don't know, White Magic level 5, and no, I don't have a White Mage anymore. That is. I know there's a 5th job mode where you know what you're losing. Oh, that would be neat. Yeah, that's actually the same reason I'm not a fan of 5th job. It's like, well, I guess one of these jobs I'm not gonna be using. Not really, anyways. Run 4 thieves. Oh boy, 4 thieves or 4 white mages, or even a mix of the two to get past Biblos is... well, a lot of work, let's put it that way. But yeah, either way, I overall really enjoyed Wardrobe Fiesta. I'm just playing the modes that I like more than the others though. Oh, quick question. Mr. Holmes, are you still around? Alrighty, we're level... wait, was it 38? Yeah, we have the boss 38. Also, we mastered the job by now. We have HP plus 30%. That's a lot of HP. Either way, now... we guarantee a one-shot on all of the enemies here. The only downside is that Butts is just very slightly slower, sometimes, than the flying killers. It is more experience, in theory. And I also don't get a text box the entire time, which helps too. We had Freelancer, Summoner, Monk, Ranger a couple years ago. Wow. That's neat. Lower animation. Is it? I don't get a text box, so I think it's overall faster. Plus, I can just hold down the A button after the first. Well, this is kind of a problem if we get a counterattack here, because it's slow. More high potions! By the way, high potions are a 1 in 16 drop from the little chariots. Wow, all of them went before me. It's so silly. It's so silly. Because one more agility would guarantee that we go before the flying killers every time. Just one. That's amazing. So there has been situations like this in the past already, where just like one more agility would have done the trick. I didn't expect to find anything like that on the monk, because the agility of the monk isn't that great to begin with, so I figured it was less likely that it would make a difference. Turns out, the one unique case where the monk has a very, well, unique kind of grind, this is where we have the difference. I don't know, I think I'm gonna go back to the chariots. At least I get the high potions too. And it's a guaranteed one-shot. Oh, can we get guaranteed fishman grind here? Oh no, they have more HP. How much HP do the fishmen have? Fishman has 400 HP, so if I guarantee 400 damage in the back row, that might actually be interesting. This should be slower, guaranteed. Yeah, it's not quite... One level might do the trick, maybe two. This is interesting. This is very interesting to me. It would be slightly faster animation if we get fishmen all the time. Paris is so sad laying face down. She could have rocked this bridge. Yeah, she could have. In fact, anybody except for Galuf and Butts could do this reliably. It's so odd to see the bridge being used as a grind. Usually people are looking for the safe path on it. Yeah. I mean, I didn't even think about this until I saw, wait, we one-shot the little chariots? Because I thought we wouldn't have enough damage to guarantee that. Turns out, this is pretty reliable. And I also figured, even if we could one-shot them, I thought the little chariots would be faster than we are, but nope. We are reliably faster than them too. So this is kind of as good as it gets, really, I dare to say. Anyone except Gallifin, but here you're using Butts. Yeah. I mean, that didn't do it. It just so happens that the raffle winner chose Butts, and, well, didn't expect it to make a difference. Did, but then again, I'm perfectly happy with this too, because it just kind of adds a little bit of a nuance to it. Level gains. We're level 39 already. What's the return on these fights? 900 experience for this encounter here, plus a chance for high potions. The other fishmen were also exactly 900 experience. It's just the actual animation to get into combat is slightly faster, but they also have 100 more HP, and we don't deal reliably 400 damage to the back row right now. I think Ferris has done more solos anyway, gotta even it out and use Butts sometimes. Maybe. You did not know these fights could be repeated? Well, let's put it this way, I knew the fights could be repeated, but I thought maybe you would have to exit the area and go back to the bridge. Also, I don't know whether we can go back here after defeating Gilgamesh for that matter. I might want to try that just for science. But yeah. Here's the thing, there's other characters who can reliably one-shot these enemies here, like any of the mages that have elemental attacks. They can reliably one-shot the entire little chariot set here. But at the same time, mages could easily just go ahead and defeat Black Flames instead. That was more efficient. Black Flames give you like 1350 experience each encounter, and you one-shot them as well. I'm actually trying to figure out whether there's any other character who could ever have a use for grinding here. Like, you would need to have a reliable way to one-shot them, as in the entire group of enemies. Maybe Geomancer? Endless goblins, yeah. What's the Gaia effect of this bridge? Does anybody know? Let's see. Where's my Geomancer spreadsheet thingy? Geomancer was like number 6 or so. No, that was Necromancer. There's my Geomancer thingy. Geomancer was number 8. Ah! Number 8 is missing on my spreadsheets. Wonder where it did go. Ah, there it is. Yeah. I know there is wind on the bridge, but I don't know whether it's reliably on the bridge. Let's see. Yeah, it's not reliably a gale cut on the bridge, unfortunately, for a Geomancer. It's only the level 11 to 20. So it wouldn't be as good as a Geomancer either. If it was reliably a multi-target attack, then it would work. I mean, there might as well be goblin inside these chariots for all we know. Yeah, anything else I don't think has a use for this. This is fascinating. Like any other mage, blue mage, necromancer, time mage, summoner, red mage, black mage, all of them, they don't really care about this place here because they can just go to Black Flames. And I don't think any of the other classes have the multi-target attack. At least not reliably. No, maybe Gladiator could do a grind here too. I don't know whether the multi-attack ability of a Gladiator is particularly reliant on chance to hit. Is the on-screen chat not showing any BTTV animals anymore? I don't know whether it ever did, honestly. I don't know whether it ever did. But let me actually see real quick. No, there should be BTTV emotes. Let me actually load them. Alright, maybe the cache was not loaded for this one in particular. Where would a ranger grind? Where did we grind? I don't know, I think ranger didn't need to grind a whole lot. Maybe did it? I don't remember, honestly. Work, gain a level. Yeah, maybe I need to reload the cache for BTTV on-screen chat thingy. I mean, it kinda matters. Hey Cactus Bite, just in time for Gilgamesh music. Yep. And it's actually going to probably go on for a little bit longer here too. Because we're grinding here. It is a very unique situation where we actually want to stay here for a while longer. Just because this might just be the most efficient grind we can have in the entire Live World 2. At least until we deal about 1000 damage every kick. Which might take a while. Then again, we've been here since, what, an hour now? Every day is leg day for work. Yep. We just use our legs to kick, to punch. It's leg magic. That doesn't quite work as well as Fasting Fist. You didn't know this was a good grinding place? Me neither! So, as mentioned before, might as well mention it again, yesterday I spent maybe a lot of time, let's put it this way, because I love going through the spreadsheets and algorithms guide of Final Fantasy V. I just enjoy doing that, alright? And I was trying to figure out what would be a good place to aim for levels and go for levels, and I figured, well, the most efficient place for multi-target I could find at the time was Karnax, because it's actually a pretty good experience and we one-shot them reliably all the time. And I was just kind of looking through all the wild encounter lists and such, and for reference, in the algorithms guide, the bridge encounters are actually stored under the boss section rather than the regular encounters, so that's why I didn't really even consider them here. So when I arrived here today, just, well, recently I suppose, I was like, huh, we one-shot these chariots, can we just refight them easily? And yes, we can. They give 900 experience, as opposed to, what was it, like 650 experience for Karnax? They have a chance to drop high potions, which is nice too, but then again, right after the next boss we will be able to buy high potions, so it's not that big of a deal, but still useful. But I didn't expect to be able to one-shot all of them. So one of the biggest problems I've run into with all the overworld encounters, random enemy encounters, is that at least one, if not two enemies, are almost always in the back row in these encounters. Which meant that even if I kick and would deal enough damage to the front row enemies to one-shot them, and for reference, most of the enemies in World 2 have about 1000 HP. Most of them, not all of them. But even if I kick, I would basically only mow down the front line, and then I would need to wait a turn, and then the back line. And even some other enemies where it would be decently efficient, like the Cure Beasts, they have both evasion and they're faster than us, so they would always get an attack off. So I couldn't really find much useful, except for just outside the bridge here, on the overworld near Extev's castle, where I thought, huh, that might actually be a pretty decent place overall. Well, turns out, the bridge is even better than that. And fortunately, or unfortunately I guess, we can't really return to the bridge here in this capacity with encounters after... Actually, I don't even know that can we return here for encounters later? I don't think we can. Boost! Thank you. Thank you for boosts. I'm curious whether it actually does anything in the end, but I appreciate the effort. 90% done. Oh, is it? But yeah, It's only literally when I walked onto the bridge and saw, huh, we just one-shot the chariots, like, we can grind here, this is efficient. And so I've been here since a few levels now. Because my goal, for reference, I've calculated yesterday too, that my goal is going to be level 53 for the end of World 2, and also for Atmos. So I want to actually reach level 53 before Atmos, so we can try and do, or defeat him in a true solo character challenge fashion. Boost! Thank you. It's very kind of Galuf to wake up just long enough to warn you to be careful every time. Ah, right. I haven't even read the text box until now. Boost. Thank you. But yeah, some solo character challenge runners like to just kill everything on their way, no matter how efficient it is or not. I like to just kind of do things the most efficient way for real-time optimization. So that's kind of where I end up going for things. Actually curious whether we deal enough damage to knock down the fishy now. $445, yeah, I think we do. And they drop regular potions, but the encounter is faster than before, so that helps. I think stepping on this tile is not a guaranteed random or encounter here though. So we have to just keep doing this here. But we don't get the text box every time. We also don't get the high potions every time, but then again, as mentioned, we will get high potions anyways, soon after Gilgamesh on the bridge. Let's see... level 41. Do I just want to go to... I honestly just might want to go to 53 right here. Our damage is going to be through the roof. It's already really high at this point, to be fair. We're going to absolutely destroy the next set of bosses. Then again, I still need to grind for the reflect ring. I think once I reach... Let me actually see, how much defense do these fishmen have? The fishmen have 0 defense. Alright, how much defense do Cure Beast have? Oh. Cure Beasts also have 0 defense, but they do have 10% evasion. That's actually less than I thought. I thought they had 20% evasion. Boost! Thank you. Do you plan getting / using Kaiser Knuckles? Not currently, actually. Curious enough. According to my calculations, it's probably not worth getting Kaiser Knuckles. Specifically, the higher level you are, relatively speaking, the less you benefit from them. And even in regular party play, what you generally want to have is you want to have another source of casting haste on a character. So that means you want a chemist, a samurai, or a time mage in order to fully benefit from the Kaiser Knuckles without losing out on an insanely powerful buff. So I will probably just stick to the Hermes sandals. The one So the one exception to that could have been if the Kaiser Knuckles allowed me to, like, one-shot kick an entire group of enemies. Because that could have been technically more efficient. But even then, chances are that it wouldn't be as efficient as just kicking twice with Hermes-Hands instead. Possibly. It's really hard to tell though. The only ones in the pyramid might be worth trying for. Isn't it a steal? Is it a rare drop? That's a chest encounter, isn't it? We could try for them, I suppose, if it's a drop instead. Alright, yeah, actually, I guess we can try that. Thank you for the reminder. I knew that we could, like, get them earlier already. Yeah, because my main thing is that I don't want to do the Twin Towers. Because it would be literally just waiting until Omniscient runs out of magic. Yeah. It's only chest encounter though, isn't it? So we'll have to reset the chest over and over again if I don't get it. But yeah, we can do that. I think that's a reasonable thing to try for. 1 in 16 chance for 3 enemies at a time is not bad. The chest can have other enemies too. Oh, I did not know that. Alrighty, fair enough. Yeah, I think we're going to get the Kaiser Knuckles in that case. I was not going to grab them or dig them out from the trench, because that is kind of far out of the way. But if we can get them earlier like that relatively easily... I have done an entire calculation for kick plus Kaiser Knuckle in order to determine how much damage I would do with a kick. So there's that too. For reference, I would deal 1165 damage on average with a Kaiser Knuckle equipped at this level right now. Actually, more than that. So Kaiser Knuckles right now would be amazing. It's just later on. You might as well go ahead and kick twice instead for literally more damage. Are you level grinding? Yes, we are grinding for levels. Because this just coincidentally happens to be seemingly the best spot for it. At least I think it is. I will probably go here until I reliably deal about 1100-ish damage with a single kick. Because I might want to grind more elixirs later? I'm not sure about that one. Either way, I'm pretty sure this is the best grind right here for straight up experience. Maybe if I deal 600 damage to the back row at some point, that could be a thing. But then, hang on. Water Bus has 0 defense, Torrent has 0 defense, and Rock Brain has 0 defense. Well, the main problem about grinding outside really is that the Rock Brain is faster than we are. To the tournament, thank you. Welcome to you, and thank you so much for the 2 gift subs. That's really kind of you. Really appreciate that. And welcome, thank you for the good luck. I hope you have a nice day so far. Without weapon equipping, are some bosses impossible? No. You can defeat basically everything with a monk. It might be a bit trickier than some other classes, for that matter, but you can do definitely everything. Like, for example, we don't really have an easy way to defeat Twin Tanya, but we might actually just do it the straightforward way, since we have so much maximum HP anyways. This is probably one of the easiest grinds of any of the challenges, honestly. Because we even get into encounters really fast. Like, walking around on the overworld is a lot slower too, most of the time. We also deal 1000 damage now to the front row, but at the same time I don't really feel like continue or moving on from here. It's just really nice and efficient. It's one of these cases where, you know, you're just in such a grinding mood. Might as well just continue a little while longer. The one downside is that I have to actually look at the screen once in a while, rather than being able to do other stuff in the meantime. The reason why I say downside is because I just kind of like spacing out. Just think about things, look at the spreadsheet, etc. once in a while. But because the music doesn't change after I get out of battle, I can't just easily do that. Fast encounter and great music, what do you want more for a grind? You didn't know you could farm here. Best experience for the zone? Well, as a monk, probably. Like, it's really good experience. For encounters that we guaranteed one shot. Pretty quickly too, with literally just holding down the button. And getting into encounters again really quick too. So especially for a monk, whose main modus of defeating multiple enemies is the kick that is affected by enemy row modifier. And most enemy encounters have at least one of the enemies in the back row. It is kind of a huge deal to reliably one-shot them because they have low enough HP but still give good experience. The only other time this really happens is at the wolves in Arnak. What levels do you need? Well, my goal for the end of World 2 is 53, well, before Atmos that is actually, to be specific. And as mentioned before, I was looking for what would be possible good level grinds in World 2, because I didn't want to just sit around at the walls in World 1 the entire time. And I couldn't really find anything terribly efficient, so I was just going to go with the standard of Phoenix down zombie dragons plus probably just knocking down random encounters on the Hiryu mountain. But this turns out to be much more efficient. So I'm not sure I'm going to go all the way to level 53 right here, but then again, it's not much of a reason not to either. It's actually kind of weird. I'm not sure. I might just go when I get bored of this, but right now This is just nice and comfy, actually. Hello, welcome to February. February. That's a difficult word. I hope you are doing magnificent. And welcome. Thank you. Boost. Thank you. What's the booster thing at anyways at this point? Oh, I see. We might reach it today? I don't know what it's gonna do. Thank you for the boost thingies, whatever that does. Yeah, it's almost done. Plus, I don't really have anything useful for people to contribute with the channel points anyway, so I guess, yay? Question mark. Do any of the monk passives matter in this run? Yes, counter attack is actually very handy. Which I think is the only passive? No. Thank you for the boosting is. So, the short version is, in Final Fantasy V, when you counter an enemy attack, you cannot get countered by using your counter to attack an enemy. So that means you actually can circumvent entire enemy and boss mechanics that are triggered by you dealing damage to them through a counter. And I guess we just did that thing. I don't really know what it did now. Oh yeah, HP plus 30% is the only passive effect from a monk that you need to equip. Everything else is just innate. Well, I guess that's only counter. Well, also as opposed to Brawl. That's also an innate ability. Opposed is not. We boosted! I don't know what it means. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. No idea. The fact that Brawl levels... let's try this again. The fact that Brawl is level scaling actually reaches nearly maximum potential in solo character challenge. The damage multipliers get really high. Yes. So usually in regular casual playthroughs or even Torture Fiestas, Monk actually falls off in terms of usefulness decently hard towards the mid-game here. But in solo character, when my Monk is my only character anyways, grinding is doubly efficient because I both get more attack power each level and, well, attack multiplier. Normally you only get attack multipliers based on whatever weapon you have by every few levels, but as a monk you effectively exchange your weapon in a sense with a slightly stronger weapon every single level. Mr. Miyagi, look at that kick. Oh, that's a good one. From the FAQ on boosting, when a boost challenge is successfully completed, we'll promote your stream into highly visible parts of Twitch, like live channels we think you like. Promoting your stream helps improve your visibility and reach new audiences. We'll tell you how many times you can expect your stream to be promoted when the challenge starts. That is the number of times you'll be seen by the viewer as a promoted stream. Okay. So I think the number was 8,800. Oh, the booster thing is happening right now, in the middle of a grind. Well, that's lovely. Boosting is paid advertising. I mean, paid in channel points, so... I don't know. I don't think you can normally, like, advertise like that. Unless you, like, request a front page slot or so. More like free advertising? Pretty much. Well, as I said, you technically pay with channel points, but again, unless you want to have the little guy at the bottom left say hello, there's not a whole lot to do with channel points. Or me waving at the screen, which you can't see. Oh well, that's alright. Quite fascinating. Hello. Super cute, like it? I'm glad. Such a simple animation, but I feel like it works really well. Oh, I'm waving now. I can easily do this entire grind with just one hand, so this is well, unless I get a potion drop, then I have to hold down the A button for slightly longer. Hello. Not sure how to do it. Well, the challenge thing is overdrive-alizer. You don't have to worry about that anymore, I suppose. Because the stream boosting thing, like the community challenge was to gather enough, like, community points to do the thing. Now we do the thing. Probably. I don't really know what that entirely entails. Like, it's literally just somebody clicks on the recommended channel tab or something like that. Then it shows up. Whether they click on it or not might be just completely random. Something like that, Tricealizer. Yeah, don't... Basically, like, right now it's in effect, I guess. Because I'm gonna stop waving now, but thank you. Every time I'm grinning like an idiot when I'm waving at the screen, nobody can see me. Because I'm on the webcam. Prefer not to. Or cover me that way. Also, just in case anybody might have come in more recently, hey, welcome! This is Final Fantasy 5. This is the Solid Collected Challenge number 22, where I'm using a single job with a single character. Final Fantasy 5 normally allows you to switch and swap between each of these job classes at any point you want. Like, I could in theory just swap anywhere. The general idea is, like, you select the character class, and then you attach an ability that you have unlocked through another job class. Like, I could equip the Brawl ability, and then I would have a Black Mage that deals a ton of damage through, well, fist attacks, in theory. But specifically, this is the challenge where, well, we don't do any of that. We just go ahead and use a single character to try and complete the entire game with. And as mentioned before, this is challenge number 22. There's only 4 remaining that we have not yet done. And right now we're in the middle of the grind. The way I like to do this is I just try to figure out the most efficient spots in terms of real time. Also for reference, this is not single sitting. I'm doing this over the course of multiple sessions. But since I'm not using any emulated speed up or any other tools, I like to optimize for like highest efficiency. So I don't usually just kill everything along the way. I just pick specific spots that happen to be hopefully the most efficient for like reaching the next set of thresholds for level goals and calculation stuff. And well, this happens to be here on the Battle of the Big Bridge, where normally you're supposed to be ambushed by these guys. Just so happens that we're kind of ambushing them. Does the HP plus 30% not work on Monk, or are you not using it for another reason? So you can only equip one ability at a time on a character that has a job class, unless you specifically have the Freelancer or the Mime, then you can equip more than one. But right now I equip Build Up as an ability. Build Up allows me to wait effectively one turn and then attack an enemy with twice the amount of attack power. That's kind of all Build Up does. But I don't need plus 30% HP as much as it's just useful to guarantee a burst of damage that we can unleash on the enemies. So it does work with Monk. In fact, I will be using it on Atmos once we get there, which is a lot better boss later. Thought I left it empty. Oh, that was for the black meat for demonstration purposes. Hello, welcome to the Undershutton. I hope you have a nice day so far. What level are we anyways? 44 already. Wow. We started at 29 today. Build-up does double damage, but at half speed. It's good against high defense enemies. Actually, no. Sorry to correct you there. Enemies with high defense, you don't actually deal more damage by a build-up, because it doesn't increase or double your attack power. It doubles your attack multiplier. And so the defense is the exact same as if you were to attack just twice. The main uses for build-up are if an enemy has a counter-attack that you want to trigger as little time or as few times as possible. That was one, yeah, that's also chat just mentioned that. And the other part is when, let's say, an enemy or a boss goes into a second phase once it is below a certain HP threshold, and you want to get through that phase as quick as possible, so you just push it close to that HP threshold, then you use build up in order to push it over the edge, in order to get as far into that phase as possible. Which is something that I can do on the next boss immediately, because the next boss, once it drops below, I think 3,500 HP, it will effectively take only half damage and be 3 times as fast afterwards. So I will want to push him close to the, well, HP threshold and then push him over the edge via using build up there. Things are not nice. Oh, sorry to hear that. Hope that works out well for you one way or another sometime. That would be nice. Almost at casual endgame levels. Yeah. I think my first Forza Fiesta playthrough had the cactus at like 41, 42 actually. Something like that. I guess it's gonna take a long time until I deal 600 damage into the back row, huh? So yeah, we're just grinding here. Not really much else to say. I think that's the most efficient place for a monk, probably. Most likely, actually. Need another level right here. I will likely go on after we reach the next attack multiplier threshold though, which is... let me actually... wait. Before the cure beats, I will get actually more strength, because I will have more stuff. Give me a second. I will have +6 strength total from a baseline of 1, so we start at that's exactly 60 strength I will have. So for the cure beasts, the threshold would be, what level am I? Failed 45. The next threshold would be 47. Once we reach level 42nd, we move on actually. Don't forget to save before the next boss. Yeah, don't worry. That would be... Then again, we probably don't even need to save, but just in case. In case I decide to get too greedy. Wouldn't be too great if the grind went to waste. Yeah. Wouldn't be ideal. Now I'm starting to wonder what would be... Like, if there's going to be another Forza Fiesta opening race that I can participate in, I'm starting to wonder whether... If there's Monk chosen and we don't have any other good AoE classes, whether this might be an interesting grinding spot for like a 2-character grind or so. It doesn't give a whole lot of ability points, which would be kind of the main downside of it. Oh well. Either way, I think what I'm gonna do, everybody, is I'm going to take a short break, gonna get some coffee, and might as well just go outside and save briefly. So, suppose I'll be right back. Depending on the other classes, AP may not matter. Very true. You might just be looking for a few HP thresholds. Monk Mark, the greatest Hitmonlee. Yep, accurate. Alrighty everybody, gonna take a short break, like 4 or 5 minutes. Grabbing some more coffee and be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. You wouldn't have mind stayed on the bridge during the break? We're gonna be there for a while longer too still. It's fine. I like this music. Work. Right, let's work back onto the bridge. I think we should just replace the walk with work. Every time we go anywhere with work. Because of course we do. You have to compete with if you need a works to grind, it's usually for either crystals or ED. Crystals? What crystals? Oh, that's not the Castle Basement, I dare to say, I actually was never a big fan of it, unless you specifically had ninjas. I don't think Castle Basement is that great. Crystals boss? Right, but I'm not sure what you would want to grind there. Where is the thing? Ah, there it is. Oh, you were saying that some parties need to grind to survive that 5 years old. Oh, right, that's fair. Can be tough one if you're not prepped or don't buy a fan. The overall fights around Moor is a pretty good grind as long as you have area effect attacks. Yes. Very true. Then again, if you have AoE attacks, almost anything or anywhere can be a decently good grind. As long as you deal enough damage, that is. Which is kind of the catch about it, I suppose. Oh boy. Sailors outside, thank you. Thank you so much for a crazy long time of 45 months of support. With Prime Gaming, that's a lot of effort to keep that up. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Kinda curious, how much more do we need at this point? 12,300 experience remaining. 900 experience per encounter is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 encounters for one level and then however many for the next one. So I would guess it's like 30 more encounters. Maybe like 35, 40. Then we are gonna be level 47, and that's when I'm just going to move on. This could still be the most efficient place. Actually, this very likely is still the most efficient place. But at some point, I'm just like, you know, I think it's gonna be fine if we do it slightly less efficient, but get to see other stuff too. Yes, effort, clicking 2 buttons. I honestly have no idea. Yes, clicking 2 buttons is an effort, as opposed to literally just having the subscription being passive, I dare to say, honestly. Because it's also that you could just use the Prime Gaming sub on any channel. Which, for that matter, if anybody has Amazon Prime, make sure to use your, well, Twitch Prime / Amazon Prime gaming sub thingy on some channel you like. It doesn't have to be here, but I think it's a good idea to use it on your favorite streamer. Just because it's effectively free support for the streamers you're watching. I don't really get Amazon in here in Switzerland, so there's no reason for me to have Prime anything. I actually have no idea how it works. I just know it's a thing. Amazon does not operate in Switzerland. Let's put it this way, a lot of things I would want to order, they do not deliver into Switzerland. I don't know whether it's specific to that, but there is some stuff that you can get by Amazon in Switzerland, but it's very restricted actually. I don't know, probably because of like laws and stuff, I don't really know. Like, frequently there would be, oh, that cable for my setup would have been perfect. And on Amazon, that's kind of one of the first things and easiest things you can find. But they don't deliver into Switzerland. So, what do we do? Well, I guess I'm just gonna go to a different website. Pretty common, actually. I don't know exactly why, but it's just a thing. Probably some weird EU and non-EU stuff, very possible. Like, I just assume it's certain laws. There's actually a number of things that, well, you just don't get here in Switzerland because it would be, like, technically against some laws, which I suppose makes sense in the grand scheme of things. Like, even recently, when I was actually going to connect to the... what's it called? The Xbox Live for PC thingy? It told me that Game Pass is not available in my region. It's like, but I had it before? Like, it's kind of fascinating to me because I feel like it only specifically worked because I've had a like previous contract to an extent, but now that it's run out, it's like, well, it doesn't work anymore. Kind of curious. Level 46, one more. That is 31,900. Looks like 35 encounters. It also can be that the important thing from US to EU country would have untenable duties. Yeah, keep in mind, by the way, that Switzerland is not part of the European Union. We have a lot of contracts and stuff with the EU to make stuff work, but we're not technically an official member. So there's actually certain restrictions that kind of apply to that. Why? I don't really know. I have to admit I probably should be informed about these things, but I'm not. Yeah, this is definitely the biggest factor about it, honestly. You're part of Schengen, but not part of the EU, exactly, that stuff. As I said, I should be informed, but yeah, not as well as I should be anyways. It's just kind of something that, well, that's just how it is. No reason for me to complain about it unless I actively wanna, like, participate in politics and try to adjust stuff. I think I have no grounds to complain, probably? I don't know. It's just kind of something to be aware of, I suppose. That's it. You can always ask around in your community. That's very true. There's actually already been a few places where I couldn't really order something, or let's say... So, when I do order stuff from like eBay or something like that, the import cost is often more than the product itself. Like, it frequently exceeds like 50, 60, 70 bucks at a time, depending on what I'm ordering. So, a few times already, there's been friends that just kind of said, alright, send it to me over here in the US, I'm just gonna ship it as a gift. Or other similar stuff. So it's like, that's very convenient. What's the level cap you're trying to reach right now? For now, 47. 47 is going to be once I get the new set of equipment, which gives me +6 strength total. I will be able to reach additional attack multiplier, and with that I should be able to reliably one-shot more and more enemies. It would still technically be more efficient to just go all the way to level 53, which is my goal before Atmos. Right here, but I kind of want to move on at some point. 10, 11, 12 enemy count this here. What's my level now? We are level 46, I'm going to get to level 47. And 53 is my goal before Atmos. Which I should have a reasonably good chance to defeat Atmos without using any... well, using the true solo character challenge way, as I like to call it. What was the name of the lock pushing game? That was... a Monsters Expedition, I think. Absolutely amazing game, in case anybody is curious. Yes, it's standard nowadays to say hashtag not sponsored, because it really isn't. Either way, that game is really good. I think you could hit 53 here in a matter of 30-ish minutes. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. But again, it's like... well, maybe I should just go to 50. I will kill some enemies along the way. But I don't think the enemies are going to account for more than a level along the way, so I will have to do a bit of a more grind before too. No problem. If you're going to play it, I hope you enjoy it, Don, because Monsters Expedition is amazing. The only thing a Monsters Expedition is slightly weaker in than Baba SU is just kind of the initial concept and intrigue and how it's presented. But beyond that, I think it's just as good. Have you finished the Monster Expeditions yet? Is there even an end to the game? I have beaten the main course of the game, yes. I have not completed it per se, though. There is like extra friends you can find. And I only found 2 friends, let's put it this way, during the regular gameplay. But it's just one of these cases where, because I reached the end, I wasn't that intrigued to just keep going. It just so happened that Baba Is You getting everything was super intriguing to begin with, for example. But since I'm not a completionist, I'm like, alright, I had my fun, and I guess I just didn't continue. I think we reached 47. Yeah, we reached 47. I'm just gonna go, it's fine. Gonna go back and save, and then we move on. But now anyways. Alrighty everybody, we have reached level 47. I would like to point out that we started at around level 30 when we arrived here. So we are a lot stronger than we were before we did this. So normally, the encounter with Gilgamesh on the bridge is a bit tricky, especially for melee characters, and characters that don't have a reliable way of like silencing Gilgamesh here. However, for our monk here, I think this is not going to be nearly as difficult as a lot of other characters are going to be. To give you a frame of reference, Gilgamesh on the bridge here has 6500 HP. Once he drops below 2500 HP, as in after we deal 4000 damage total, he goes into his phase 2. And in his phase 2, he will cast haste, armor, and shell on himself. Effectively, he takes only half damage from basically any attack that we throw at him, as well as being about 2 or 3 times as fast, plus he will just kind of do an additional jump attack on top of it. Basically, he gets like 6 or 7 actions in a row, and then subsequently he will get to act about twice or even more, actually, yeah, definitely more than twice than we do per one turn. And it can be very, very difficult to handle. However, because we are a bit over-leveled now, it's not gonna be nearly as much of a problem. Because the entire idea right here, what I'm gonna do, is I'm going to just attack him once, then I'm gonna use build up. That was a counter-attack, by the way. Build up will deal double damage on my next attack, and he now is in phase 2 after we dealt 6000 damage, so he has less than 500 HP remaining. This would be normally where that is a relatively dangerous part. He would deal a lot of damage, but thanks to the ridiculous monk HP growth and our frankly ridiculously high level at this point already, not as big of a deal. We just defeat him right here. But yeah. This is, depending on which character you get to, depending on which level you get to here, can be a pretty tricky encounter. Actually, now I'm curious whether I can go back and get more encounters. This is just for science at this point. Yeah, we can. Can we just go back and save too? I'm just curious at this point, because there's actually a reason to figure this out with a monk. That was easy, yeah. As I said, monk just double dips in terms of power gain every level, because you effectively gain a slightly stronger weapon every single level, as well as kind of have the standard additional attack multiplier every few levels, plus the literal highest strength and vitality stat of any of the job classes in the game. Really makes a huge difference here. So I'm not gonna save here, just in case I messed broke something if I do this. If only he had hit the build-up crit, he might have died on the landing of his jump. Yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, Monk is kind of crazy. By the way, in Final Fantasy V, you do not gain any stats per level up. The stats are fixed based on job class and equipment you have equipped. The stats, we never gain more agility, never gain more strength, never gain more vitality. So, as fast as we are going to be exactly that speed the entirety of the game. So there's that. So, well, we're just going to move on from here now. Just keep going. But of course, I'm going to take this opportunity to get some more efficient encounters just along the way. Might as well. Kinda curious, there should be some more Galuras around here, I think. Trying to find more encounters, just kind of curious what the other encounters there might be. Hey, there's a Galura. We one-shot it if it's in the front row. That is still only 300 experience like every other enemy. More money though. And we do not defeat the Galura in the back row in one shot though. I think that's a counter-attack actually. The near Galura right there. Maybe. Maybe not. I think that's the same encounter here actually. It is. Kind of a weird thing to have a good opportunity to actually explore these encounters here for once. Because some of the tiles actually never trigger an encounter in the first place. Yeah, I think this is just kind of the same encounters again and again at this point. That command is really broken now. It is. Probably should adjust it, huh? Let's see, where is it? Ah, look! Another monster to kick! Look, the monster is running away! Oh, wait. There it is. I got mute. When did I do that? Oh, because I was writing the thingy. Alrighty. Welcome to World 3 proper. I adjusted the strong command, so it might be different though, I suppose. Thank you for the mute thingy because I goofed again. Either way, welcome to World 2 proper, where most of the enemies around here have about 1000 HP, so there's little to no chance that we will one-shot them if they're in the back row, and unfortunately most enemy encounters do, as a matter of fact, have at least one if not more enemies in the back row. Even though experience-wise they would be very efficient, we just don't quite deal enough damage to them. There's not really anything we would need to buy here, except for Revivify. Revivify removes the zombie status, and while if Butts in this case is going to be a zombie, we literally just lose because, well... yeah, we just lose if Butts turns into a zombie, since that is literally a game over criteria, kind of like as if he gets petrified. Well, aside from that, our allies could also be turned into zombies. Even though they are dead on the ground, there's actually specifically enemies that target dead characters on the ground and revive them as zombies, which is pretty annoying, so that's why I need to have zombie curative items anyways. So, your kick does full damage to front row but half to back row, and full damage to back row when front row is gone. Yes, basically, depending on which enemies are present in which enemy slots, they are either front row or back row. It's usually reasonably obvious which ones are front row and which ones are back row. Like here, the Devourer here, the Mandarin, excuse me, is in the back row. So, well, that's the thing I guess. The encounters here are pretty decent experience overall, like this is over 1000 here for a simple kick. So I might as well just fight them along the way, as long as we don't run into fairy orcs. But yeah, if I couldn't deal about 1000 damage in one attack, also I'm not gonna fight you, that's very unhealthy. If I could deal 1000 damage with one kick to the front row, it would even take longer for most encounters here, which is why it was so ridiculously efficient to just grind in the earlier stage there. Ooh, level halved. So, we have just our level halved. We deal we deal 1100 to 1200 damage per kick to the front row. But if our level is halved, it is reduced to less than 300. Our damage literally gets quartered when they halve our level, because it affects both our weapon attack power, which our fists are, as well as our attack multiplier, which is based on level and strength. So this is literally the most extreme way to affect a monk, increasing or decreasing levels. Hey! Welcome to Yaskrund, I hope you're doing well. Kick! Huh. These should be both in the front row. But they are faster than me, which is the other problem that we are facing in World 2. In World 1, most of the enemies are slower than our monk, but in World 2, most of the enemies are faster than our monk here. Waving hand emoji. Still pretty decently efficient to just knock out the enemy encounters as we go right now. Especially since we don't even invest any resources. It's literally just kick is an innate ability. So yeah, I knew there was going to be a pretty decently large grind for the monk. I really did not realize that it was going to be as easy as it ended up being here, which is very fascinating. Let's see. Really good experience here. But yeah, just have a little bit too much HP to one shot. The back row. See the steel fists of fury. That is the power of punch magic. Accurate. Monks are the best mages, they cast fist. Something like that. Alrighty, and because there's a certain somebody who really wants me to defeat the next mini-boss here in a straightforward way rather than just throwing a phoenix down at it, let's actually do this for once, because I think we have enough power to easily defeat this guy without any risk associated with it, as long as I don't mess up, that is. I think the Lopros has more HP than that. Yeah, it does. And yes, monk kicking does not wake up enemies that are asleep. Punching them does, but kicking does not. It's interesting. Moogle! Alrighty, so this is the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus has 5000 HP. He does hit pretty hard, but what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually going to wait for one counterattack. Well, whenever that might happen. 50-50 chance every time I get hit. And the problem about this guy is that whenever you do some physical attacks against the Tyrannosaurus, there's a chance that he will counterattack with a revenge attack. A revenge attack deals damage equivalent to however much HP one is missing. And because normally most characters don't have that much maximum HP, this guy would just kind of straight up defeat you, because you don't have enough HP to survive his counterattack. So the easiest way to get past this guy, you just throw a phoenix down at him. He's undead, as you might be able to tell, and not flagged as heavy, so it does work. However, because we have punch magic and can deal double damage with a build-up when we wait just literally one turn, pretty easy. Can't revenge when he is dead, indeed. Alrighty. So here, you don't want to walk through the desert unless you want to deal with a sandcrawler enemy, probably, that you can't run away from, and that has about 15,000 HP, which we could relatively easily deal that much damage. The problem is that the Sandcrawler has an attack called Maelstrom, which has a chance to just put you into critical HP. It's a relatively inaccurate critical HP, like status attack, but it's... oh, I'm sorry, Moogle. But yeah, it's basically just a lot of resources invested potentially. Welcome to Anonicus, thank you for the good luck, and welcome. Goodbye. So here you need to talk to the Moogle, otherwise you actually do not advance the plot any further. And we also get some items from it. Ether, Phoenix Down, 10,000 gil, 1 gil, Dancing Dagger, which would normally be amazing, and one of the best weapons for a lot of characters, except that a monk cannot equip weapons. We also could go ahead and, well, get an elephant cape if we want to, by putting on this Moogle suit. Because in order to proceed here, you just need to wait like a minute or so in game time wise until you can continue. So instead of getting the elf cape, which I don't need anyway, since I don't have to worry about antline, I'm just gonna pretend I'm a Moogle. Alright, this should be sufficient. We'd like to see a game where you're fighting an undead enemy, use revive/Phoenix Down, like item on it that changes it back to an alive version. It's an absolute menace to defeat. That would be interesting. There's actually kind of an enemy like that in this game, but it's not like an undead enemy, it's actually a frog. There is an encounter in the Historic Falls where you run into a strange lady that has a frog in front of her, and if you unfrog the frog, it is actually a monster that is pretty dangerous. So it does technically exist, just not for undead thingy. PogChamp changes daily. Yeah, that's the PogChamp thingy right now, I suppose. Does my chat thingy to display this properly? It does. Fascinating. Frogs are friends, indeed. So you don't knock them out, and you also don't change them back from frogs. Of course. No, frogs are friends, not food. Don't put them in the food box, that's kind of rude. Queen from Final Fantasy 9 would disagree that frogs are not food. Well, yeah. But we secretly feed her toads, not frogs, so it's fine. Right? And yes, technically frog and frogs with an S are two different items. rabbit has died. Which one? By the way, I'm grabbing the exit spell here. This is time magic, so I'm not gonna be allowed to use it for the solo character challenge run, but frequently enough, I want to test some stuff on certain save files, so it's more convenient if they actually do have the exit spell so I can get out of the void easily. You thought you could feed the rabbit? I mean, yeah, we feed the rabbit all sorts of food. Yeah, that responds. Using the new Yaga derp. Brain is hard, sometimes it is. I do agree. Alrighty, we're gonna go down here and save briefly. Because while unlikely, it is still possible for us to get knocked out in this next encounter here. With the Abductor. The Abductor has, I don't know, like 2000 HP or something like that. And it is faster than us. So it could in theory use Hurricane, and if we don't one-shot it, then subsequently follow up with a regular attack and just defeat us. Hurricane puts you into critical HP, as in 9 HP or less. So it's entirely possible to lose to this guy if you have slow speed and don't effectively one-cycle this guy. Can we feed the rabbit our dead team members? No. Well, I mean, you could feed your dead team members? I don't think that's a good idea though. Please don't do that. Either way, our team members here, they're just taking a nap. They're not dead. They're clearly rocking around in cutscenes, so it's fine. I don't even get to do anything, because Butch just counterattacked. I didn't get a single turn, oopsie. I dropped my controller. Good job. There we go. But yeah, technically it's possible to lose to the Abductor, practically. Very unlikely with a monk like this. So, over here, we're going to run into enemies that are called Ridicule. Ridicules are really fast, and if there's a dead team member around, they will revive the dead team member as a zombie. So... yeah, that's not so great. That's just gonna be a thing that happens in this section here specifically. Basically the biggest reason as to why I bought Revivifies. Atmos already ate the city in Final Fantasy 9, he doesn't need to be fed. Yeah, that's a meanie. Then again, you could also argue that Atmos just doesn't know any better. It's been summoned to eat, so enjoy your food. But please not here. Revive them as a zombie when they're sleeping. Yep. They put on their ragged clothes and some green face paint and play zombie. Because the ridicule enemies compel them to be. Eat the zombie? No. That's even worse. I think Minecraft teaches you that if you eat stuff that zombies drop, you might get poisoned. Don't do that. Very unhealthy. It's called sleepwalking. Sure, we can go with that. So upcoming is the Hiryu Mountain after this section here, where my original plan to level was going to be, until I discovered the bridge being probably a lot more efficient than this. I will still try to kill most enemies along the way, except for the bone dinosaurs or whatever they are called, because they're pretty dangerous. They can both paralyze me and, like Carbos, also put me into critical HP, so that would be less than ideal to have happen there. Alrighty. Welcome to Hiryu Mountain, where if we get into a back-to-back attack, despite our high level, we may just be straight up dead. Because as mentioned before, bone dragons, the grey ones, they can just straight up kill us. So yeah. Also, Golem tries to hit us once in a while. We might actually want to try and save Golem just so we don't get these encounters anymore. Welcome to Tasty Beer TV. I'm doing quite alright. I hope so do you today. Welcome. Alrighty. Phoenix down! So this is a zombie dragon. It actually has more HP than we could deal in a single round despite us being so over leveled. They gave us 1650 experience, which is pretty good for just using a Phoenix Stone, which worked 75% of the time. And work in a level. So pretty solid if we run into these guys. Let's actually see. This is the dangerous encounter. I'm just curious whether we one-shot them. We don't. Okay. This is where it gets dangerous. Tail. So fun fact, if bone actually hits, that is the attack that puts us into critical HP, meaning 9 HP or less. Meaning the tail right afterwards, which paralyzes by the way, would have killed us, if the bone hit. So this is why we don't want to mess with these bone dragons. We don't even one cycle in mind, plus they are heavy so we can't even do the Phoenix Stone thing. These trippy enemies have about 950 HP or so. The Sting Eagles have a lot less than that, but worth noting that they do have a fair bit of evasion, so killing the Sting Eagles a little bit tricky with fists. But it can work. Either way, if we get a counterattack on the zombie dragon, we might as well just finish him off at this point. Because we deal pretty good damage. But as you could tell, we get poisoned here. Decently frequently. However, there's actually the perfect counter medicine to getting poisoned just the next room ahead. Wait, I didn't buy the better equipment from the previous city. Whoops, I forgot about that. Oh well, since... oh, it's 2 rooms ahead. I'm just gonna grab the bone meal. You know what, I might as well just finish this thing. Let's see over here. So yeah, Bone Dragon, want to have nothing to do with them. Goodbye. Very unhealthy. Hey, there's the encounter with the Golem, where we can help Golem, so Golem is no longer going to just punch us and run away. How convenient. Also, we deal a lot of damage if we critically hit. Once again, the critical hits I think are like an 8% chance. I honestly don't really know. I could probably look it up, but 8% sounds about right. But the idea of this encounter is to help Golem here before they kill Golem. And if you do so, Golem will thank you and ask us to go with us. Then we loot the Golem sphere, which is the summon. If you use it in your inventory, you now have the Golem summon, which obviously as a monk we're not gonna use, but you can do it anyways. And now, instead of the Golem encounters, we're gonna get other encounters like this one. I believe that is actually one of the encounters that the Golem encounter replaces. Claw! Missed. Hit. Hit. There we go. By the way, welcome to the Bone Mail. Bone Mail? So let's put it this way. The Bone Mail is an equipment that can be equipped by characters that equip medium or heavy armor sets. So, the Bone Mail is the armor with the highest defense in the entire game. It's even better than the Genji armor. The downside is that you're undead, which also simultaneously could be an upside. Let me explain. I'm actually gonna go ahead and equip the Angel Ring here for even more physical defense, because this much physical defense will actually allow me to take 0 damage from the Bone Dragons, I think. Actually, I need to double check this real quick. Either way, the Bone Mail is a very, very special piece of equipment. It makes you undead, which means you have all the benefits and downsides of being undead, meaning healing is reversed, as in, instead of heal, you get take damage in combat. If you use an elixir, you get put into critical HP status, although your MP does get refilled. You take double damage from fire, you take half damage from ice. You're immune to a number of status effects, including aging status, which is kind of a big deal, blindness status, poison status, and confusion and berserk. You can no longer get any of these status effects, so it's actually incredibly powerful as just to prevent status effects. It's insanely good with that. So yeah, let's see. Bone Dragons have an attack of 39. We have 38 defense, so never mind. We do not have enough defense to survive right now. Maybe if I bought the new headgear equipment thingy. And yes, especially if you only have one character anyways, you just need to keep in mind that you can't heal yourself, which I have done, or I have forgotten in the past, both in solo challenges as well as in my casual / Forge of Fiesta playthroughs, where I tried to heal a character, they have the Bone Mail, it's like, oh, I'll kill them. Whoops. Happens. It happens to everybody, I dare to say. But the Bone Mail is regardless insanely powerful. Technically, the bone meal also has negative vitality, but practically it actually doesn't matter. Wow, that's a one-shot. Alright, the reason why it doesn't matter that you have negative vitality with the bone meal is because HP, or your maximum HP, is calculated before your equipment pieces modify your vitality status. Which means later on there's actually an equipment piece that is called the white rope, which is supposed to be for a white mage with C plus 5 vitality. And because vitality effectively doesn't really do anything for you for the most part, using a black robe on the white mage is actually strictly better, pretty much. There's one exception where the white robe is better than black robe on a mage character, and that is actually the bard, more specifically the solo bard. Because the one thing vitality does influence if you have like vitality through equipment is alright. One thing vitality does influence is when you have regeneration status on you. And with the Solar Bard, we did in fact have regeneration without being able to necessarily use magic power as a status. Or as a stat anyways. So it actually ended up being pretty useful for that. So that was the one character where it's arguably better to use the white robe over the black robe. Okay, not even with build-up we one-cycle this guy. I figured build-up would just kind of one-shot the zombie dragons. Have a bit more HP than that, it seems like. Probably not much more than a bit. And yes, you can actually heal through the bone meal anyways through various means, that is true. You can use effects like absorbing effects, such as if let's say the character has a flame shield that absorbs fire, or a flame ring that absorbs fire, then well cast fire on that character in order to heal them. Alternatively, what you can do is you can also use stuff like White Wind does indeed heal through the bone meal effect. White Wind is a blue magic that heals your entire party for however much HP the blue magic caster has. And for some reason that does heal through the bone meal, which is convenient. You can also have the character use some drain or vampire type abilities through various means too. So you can technically heal through a bone meal. Look at H. Welcome to you, Blushy. I hope you have a nice day so far. Claw. Fight. I think this is another case where the 3 agility or failures actually would matter for the monk to be faster than the enemies here. Well, I'm out of here. There's the bone that he can throw us. And unfortunately, unlike the phrase of throwing somebody a bone, them and these guys throwing us a bone is not a good thing. Alrighty, Elf Cape for speed is fine, Green Beret for speed is fine, we don't get a weapon anyways, this is alright. Okay, this should be an easy encounter actually for once, let me explain. Welcome to the Heria plant. The Heria plant's main gimmick is that it revives 5 of its little flowers. The Heria plant itself never attacks itself, but it has 12,000 HP, and once you defeat it, well, you win. So the short version is, whenever the main flower revives its little flowers, each one of the little flowers have 100 HP exactly. All the little flowers do is they attack. They deal exactly 100 HP, you cannot dodge that attack. It is however affected by roll, which means if you are sitting in the back row, they deal 50 damage. If the enemy is, or the flower sits in the back row, it is also halved again. So, kind of like that. However, because they only have exactly 100 HP, it is perfectly reliable to kill these things via just kick, over and over and over again. The big gimmick of these flowers is not just the 100 damage, but more importantly, each one of the little flowers has a status effect associated with it. Curious enough, the bone mail armor we found prevents 4 of the 5 status effects from occurring entirely. So from right to left, I think it is aging status, poison, darkness, paralyzation, and confusion status that the flowers inflict. Especially confusion and paralyzation and aging status effects, all of these would be incredibly bad to be affected by as a solo character. With the bone mail, you only have to worry about paralyzation, that's the only thing you would not be immune to. So as long as you can defeat the hero plant before you run out of HP, you basically win. Or if you have some form of area effect attack to hit all of the enemies and reliably kill the little flowers again and again, you also win. Stuff like that. And as a monk, we have it easy, to say the least. Makes me think of kicking a field of dandelions. Aw. How would you do that? So yeah, Monk has it super easy. Some classes, actually most classes, don't have too much trouble with the Hyria plant. Some even have abilities that like instantly kill the Hyria plant in some capacity. But yeah. The most difficult fight we had against the Hyria flower was with the solo white mage. Because the solo white mage cannot equip the bone mail, so you're susceptible to a lot of status effects. And you don't really have a reliable way of killing all the flowers at the same time. So our best strategy was to confuse the paralyzation and confusion flowers and give them image so they would not knock themselves out of confusion. It was kind of interesting, to say the least. Most of the bosses so far seem really easy, the levels are paying off. Yes. This is just kind of the MO for a monk, the modus operandi. If you are high enough level, you demolish the enemies. If you're too low level, you will struggle a lot, generally speaking. And there's not really a whole lot in between. Like there's probably a sweet spot level where, for every boss, but in order to reach that you would have to grind in inefficient spots probably. So it's like, yeah, this is fine. We're doing quite fine here, I think. Fight. Ow. Technically helping the dandelions spread their seeds. Well... but kicking? I suppose. Do that. You always use the golf club? Okay. It's actually been quite surprising. I think most of the time when Butts was chosen as the solo character, I've noticed some places where just 1 or 2 more agility would have made a difference. But I think it's more of a case that I noticed places where 1 or 2 more agility would have made a difference, where we technically could have had 1 or 2 more agility, As opposed to other characters where 1 or 2 agility would have... Oh, this is not good. Where 1 or 2 agility would have made a difference, but we wouldn't have had that anyways, just because... Well... Could have been bad. Also, this encounter is exactly the back attack you want to not see. This is the most dangerous thing to happen to you. Because if that guy paralyzed me with tail, if we didn't dodge the attack, we would have likely been dead. Because Bone, while not the most accurate spell, we've taken a few opportunities to hit it, we'll probably hit sometime. Let's actually try kicking first. Alright, as long as we hit the Sting Eagle, actually, that's pretty decent. A little bit overkill. Attack from the back! Oh no. Sometimes it would be nice if you could turn off counter. Yes, indeed. Kind of one of the biggest reasons why I struggled so much trying to find an efficient riding encounter yesterday when I was just skimming through the encounter and possible enemy lists. Because a lot of enemies are just gonna be straight up faster than we are. Like, I didn't even get a turn so far. Well, that's not true, I did get a turn, but not a useful one. But even without a back attack, a lot of enemies are just gonna be straight up faster, and because they will frequently physically attack us, the counter-attacks are just going to extend the entire fight for even longer than necessary. And because we're a monk, there's no way to turn off the back attacks. That's just how it is. Alrighty, this time I'm not going to forget that I can, as a matter of fact, get new equipment here. Specifically, 2 pieces of armor. Obviously we don't get any weapons because we literally can't equip them. Here. So we have a bandana, which is +3 strength as a headgear equipment. Really, really good, there's not really anything to replace it anytime soon. As strength armor, also +3 strength. Because we have the bone mail, it will not see as much use, but it's still really crazy good. And the power ring we actually have ever since we visited the Lonka ruins already, also +3 strength, which means we can actually have a grand total of +9 strength just purely from equipment. Also, this is 3 more defense, which in conjunction with the Angel Ring, Angel Ring or Flame Ring, we would actually have enough physical defense to nullify the damage from the Bone Dragons, mostly reliably. So if we go back to grind there, we probably will equip the Angel of Flame Ring for that. But yeah, now we have more equipment. I just forgot to buy it, we really did not need it. No Freelancer or Necromancer in 2.0 in Paul. The Freelancer, I want to do the Mime before I do Freelancer. That's just kind of my personal thing. I would like to do Mime before I do Freelancer, because Mime is going to be more or less just kind of a weaker version of a Freelancer. Hey, there's a Ridicule, the zombie I mentioned. That's just kind of a personal preference, basically. I want to do the Mime first. And Necromancer 2.0 was mainly just an idea on, hey, I could do this could be fun, just kind of as a quick run. But right now, I'm more focused on actually getting the rest of the jobs done, rather than, well, doing an additional challenge thingy. Plus, I actually haven't even figured out how to unlock all the spells for the Necromancer yet via cheat codes. If anybody knows, feel free to let me know. It took me a while to figure out how to unlock the Necromancer via cheat codes on the Game Boy Advance version, since that's different than this one. Tuali Amolar, thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing for a long time, 51 months with tier 2. That's pretty crazy. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Also, you may have noticed, with the grind on the bridge, we have about 313,000 gold right now. Most of that comes from the grind on the bridge. I'm actually gonna be curious whether we could technically return to the bridge in order to grind there more. We'll see. Thank you for being around. I do appreciate that greatly. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Dark arts are learned from dealing finishing blow to certain enemies. Yes, that is accurate. We did already do a Necromancer run for the Game Boy Advance version, and until World 2, specifically the statues in this castle's basement, right here actually, you do not get to unlock any of the true Necromancer spells. So, and since there's a bunch of enemies that are specifically locked in the Game Boy Advance dungeons in order to unlock more of the spells, you don't get to use a bunch of spells that also would be pretty interesting too. So, we did get to use a bunch of Necromancer spells, which were pretty crazy powerful to say the least. But at the same time, there were also a bunch that were, well, locked away. So I figured maybe it would be fun to just have like a cheat code that unlocks all the Necromancer spells, also from the very beginning, which could be really, really powerful. So that was the idea, but I don't know what may unlock all the thingies. The raw code for the dark arts. Oh, there is one? That would be neat. Alrighty, welcome to the Hero part of the thing where we land on the island, we might be too heavy for the island, and we sink it by accident. Oopsie. The ones you found unlocks everything about the job class, which just kinda sucks if you want a clean start, but you take it. Yeah. In theory, I want to have just the spells unlocked, everything else, like including the job spells and abilities I would want to have unlocked later. Then again, it probably doesn't really matter if we already unlock the Dark Arts, which is definitely the most powerful part about Necromancer. It likely doesn't really matter if we unlock basically everything. But I think that would be fine too. Now if you could figure out how to input those codes into BizHawk, then that would kind of solve the entire thing. Alrighty, so this is where we are level 48, and I need... five more levels before Atmos. That's gonna be the plan. I want to level 53 before Atmos, because that's when I reach an additional attack breakpoint. Yeah. BizHawk doesn't have a bite reader. It probably does, I just don't know how to use it. That's kind of my thing. I know how to poke addresses via BizHawk, but I don't know what kind of section of ramp to input things, especially for Game Boy Advance. I don't really know these things. It's more of a case of BizHawk has absolutely all the tools required or necessary. I just don't really know how to use it. You can make it, that would be nice. Also, if you could have a clean code on how to unlock Necromancer on top of it, that would be nice. Because the way I figured it out is I just poked around with the job class unlocks until I found the correct number that also unlocks Necromancer. It was kind of a mess, to say the least. You can make a save with Alt Unlocked and you can put it on an EverDrive. I don't have a GBA EverDrive, Kamaru, but a save would still be quite useful, thank you. I should get a GBA EverDrive sometime. Then again, I don't really play that many GBA games, do I? Alrighty, I think Bone Meal is fine for this encounter here coming up. Then again, maybe I will want... I'm gonna go with Strength Armor and Elf Cape. So that is 60 Strength. That is a ridiculous amount, I would like to point out. The GBA is such a huge library, you could definitely find stuff. I mean, yeah, but if I can get a game with actual cartridge instead, then that's my preference. Because even if there's certain games that are just straight up not available anymore, it's still a gray zone that, unless the game is really good, I'd rather not necessarily enter. Like Abandonware for DOS games, it's like, well, what are you gonna do? But especially for cartridges, where you can probably still get a bunch of them off of eBay, I prefer doing it that way around. You went hunting for an old tool that's not maintained and not finished, but lets you edit a GBA save files, which used to make like 20 or so save files with Bud's name 1234 for the Forge of Fiesta. Oh, I see. Interesting. Alrighty, welcome to Gilgamesh on the Boat encounter. Back attack. Don't hit butts. Thank you. So, we need to defeat one Gobbledygook. Good, thank you. And they only have about a bit more than 1000 HP. They do give pretty decent experience, all things considered. Although the catch about them is mainly that you cannot refight them like you can refight encounters on the bridge. Plus, apparently they have evasion, which I wasn't exactly aware of. And yes, Samurai Goro has done a lot of work on Final Fantasy V. Samurai Goro was also the guy that made a clean, like, tool assistance file to demonstrate that solo Berserker against Neo X-Dev is indeed possible. He wasn't the first one to do it, but the previous video we had of that was on an older emulator, and well, it was rather choppy footage. And Samurai Gore just kind of renewed that a bit, to say the least. It was a lot of work, I imagine. Alrighty, welcome to Gilgamesh on the boat. Do I have it build up? I do. Alrighty, Gilgamesh on the boat actually has a lot of nasty attacks like Deathclaw and stuff like that. We just hope he either doesn't use it or he doesn't hit us with them. Most of his attacks do have a chance to not work that well. Also, kind of like previous encounters, he does have two phases. Once he drops below a certain HP threshold, he is going to call in Enkidu for help. Because we just landed a crit right there, he just called him with a counterattack. So yeah, once he drops below a certain HP threshold, he's going to call Enkidu, which is going to heal him for 4000 HP every time. White Wind heals you for however much HP you have, which means Enkidu, well, Enkidu has 4000 HP. And missing here frequently doesn't help. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to just knock out Enkidu so he doesn't use his nasty attacks like Missile and stuff against us. Missile is 75% of our current health and damage. Enkidu also has a slow ability, which would be even worse. But hey, there we go. He is down. And there's Deathclaw. Now we just need to get lucky that Gilgamesh uses abilities that don't kill us, like Missile, or just don't attack. So yeah, this is kind of the biggest problem about the encounter on the boat. This is likely to happen once or twice, especially on characters that don't have too much damage. But unfortunately, well, even with a lot of damage, that can easily happen. That's just kind of the nature of the beast, so to speak. So yeah, as mentioned before, Gilgamesh has 8888 HP. And once he drops below, I think 6000 HP remaining, he calls in Enkidu. What I wanted to do is push Gilgamesh really far below the threshold of 6000 HP remaining via the build-up, but we kind of missed most of our attacks, and the counterattack also put threw a wrench into that idea too. Thank you, Kamaru. I guess I could, like, make a Dagger Monthly about Necromancer 2.0. That could be interesting. That was quite a crit. Yeah, that was not even with the build-up crit. That was just a natural crit for 2700. Also, by the way, the reason why I defeat Enkidu with a build-up rather than two regular attacks, hoping for a crit maybe, is because Enkidu has a chance to use Vampire. Vampire deals damage equivalent to half your missing HP and heals you for the same amount. Fun fact, in the Game Boy Advance version, it actually heals you for the full amount. It's basically a revenge attack that heals you to full. It's kind of ridiculously powerful. Kinda funny to see everyone get out of bed and Gallifrey's laying on the floor. Actually did not even notice that. Don't crit, don't crit, don't crit. Alright. Now we wanna crit with the build-up afterwards. Don't counter-attack. Alright, we didn't counter-attack. Now counter-attack. Aww. He has like... a bit over 3000 HP remaining. Unfortunately that is going to be a bit more than 4000 more now. He still has less than the maximum, which mostly when you get to this encounter here, you do actually get into the part where Gilgamesh will be basically healed back to full after Enkidu arrives. That's not good. We'll use Vampire. Okay, Missile, suppose not much better. Please hit. Oh my goodness. Everybody's missing. Would actually have been good if Butts didn't dodge that, then that would have... Oh, that's not good. Ooh, Threat missed, that's good. Threat is the slow attack that is really unpleasant for us. Let's hope we hit Enkidu here. Alright, we hit him. Nice, alrighty. Now we want to see these counters, my friend. No death claws, please. So here's actually where I want the counters. It would be nice if Butts wouldn't dodge the regular attacks. But it is nice if he manages to resist the missile and stuff. Boom. Nice crit. Alrighty, we win. One death, not too terrible. Alrighty, we still need the 5 levels, but we also need a reflect ring. So I'm gonna go into the tower here, fight battles until we get the reflect rings, and then we probably head back outside afterwards. One thing I did not know for the longest time is that you can actually get back out of the tower by just taking the submarine back. I was not aware of this for a long time, so yeah. Like, you can't take the submarine yourself, unfortunately. It would be amazing, because then you could already visit more and get more equipment and stronger stuff. But yeah. Alrighty, I think I'm gonna... Oh. Haha, I see. I forgot to unequip the bone mail, and I was considering healing during the Gilgamesh fight on the boat, and it's like... Yeah, maybe not. It's fine, we still had 760 HP remaining. Yeah, I definitely shouldn't have healed, because... I had some bone mail equipped. Wow. Alright, those walnuts get destroyed. Wall Knights, by the way, are the enemies that we want to fight. They have a 1 in 16 chance to drop a Wall Ring. Wall Ring is what I want to have for the encounter at the end of World 1 here. So that's gonna be what I'm looking for. Kinda curious whether the enemies in here would be good for kicking. It looks like these neon enemies have evasion, so it's not going to be reliable either way. Would have been funny for the viewer though. What would have? Sorry. Time Slip. Time Slip inflicts... Haha, missed all enemies! Sorry. Time Slip would inflict aging status and sleep status. However, if you are immune against one or the other, Time Slip will never work. We are immune against aging status thanks to our Bone Mill, so Travel is never going to hit us with that. Triple kick miss. Yeah, that was fascinating. I wonder what their evasion is. Let me actually check this real quick. Traveler. Traveler has 20% evasion. Neons... Magnetics have 40%. Neons have 20%. So all of them had 20% evasion. So 20% to the power of 3 in order to miss all 3 at the same time. That's great. Alright, I need to run to the bathroom real quick, so be right back. Quick break. Alrighty, I'm back. It was 0.8% chance to miss all 3, indeed. Who did the art for Fussel, the break screen, the one for Hello again? So, the one for the Hello, it was done by Vice, or I think Luke Artworks, it's on Twitter now. He ended up creating that for us, and the other one was created by Chaz Quangchi, actually, the one for the break screen, as well as the intro screen. Those were created by Chaz. Which, by the way, there's a new one in the works for summer, spring, and fall. You know, I'm starting to think that 20% evasion might be a bit of an understatement. Also, by the way, if I miss anything in chat, because sometimes chat is too fast, despite it being so slow, because I'm slow, feel free to repeat things. If you have any questions, anything like that, feel free to just ask again. That's perfectly okay. Not like we have a whole lot to do right now. Right now, I'm just looking to fight the Wall Knights and kind of get a bunch of experience along the way. Although it really feels like that if enemies have evasion, it feels like punching is even less accurate than normal weapons. But at the same time, that is probably just me being used to daggers instead. And daggers are, well, cutting enemies' evasion in half. It's more like not having the halving effect. Feels like enemies have way more evasion than they actually do. And you're attacking twice at a time. That's true. Unless I'm kicking. So this is the room where I'm going to be hunting for the Wall Knights, because this is also the room where we have the highest chance of running into them. I think even the trickier enemies have evasion here, if I'm not mistaken. Level 4 quarter. Oh, that's not good. Ha! My level is divisible by 4, which means level 4 quarter. Hits guaranteed. That's less than ideal. Classic X stab. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty common type of attack to, like, effectively use the hilt of your halberd to attack enemies. Magnetis is a great little sprite. They are pretty fun, I do agree. Ooh, they had more HP than I anticipated. I should have just punched instead. You were just thinking how cool the sprites were in this game. They're pretty neat, I agree. A lot of them are definitely inspired by other ideas, but at the same time, they have great interpretation of them. By the way, what Magnet does is it pulls the cactus forward into the front row. But we are already in the front row, so it doesn't do anything. And as long as there is at least one other enemy present, or enemy type present, the Magnetis will never directly attack. It only starts attacking at this point now, where, well, all the other enemies are gone too. Yeah, do you want us to start as a Necromancer for the first fight, or just be Freelancer? Just be Freelancer. Oh, because the chop menu is inaccessible? It's fine if it's unlocked after the Wind Crystal, let's put it this way. Traveler is pretty interesting too. Yeah. The Traveler sprite always reminds me of the Loliruri from Ragnarok Online. So I imagine they might have like some other inspiration for that kind of sprite. Even if I don't necessarily know it, I assume there's like some like folklore or something like that somewhere about that. Already level 49. Also, I wasn't really paying attention to the ending screen, so I checked whether I already had a wall ring. I do not yet. I wonder if the stab is with the spike. Probably. I do think that it is kind of like a common, like, halberd common. Well, I say common, but it's just kind of in media I've seen that, like, attacking with the butt of a halberd in order to, like, do something in close range combat where you can't just swing the entire thing makes sense. Then again, I don't really know, so to speak, it's just like something in my head that makes sense. Magnetis is always floating. Halfway. The pole axe thing. Right. I'm not gonna fight. Wait, we are level 49 now, so level 4 quarter is no longer going to affect me. So it's fine to fight these things too. Actually, I just realized. Oh, Magnetis missed that phase. I was about to say, I just realized the Magnetis pulling me to the front row here is very convenient. Yeah, never mind. There were some odd ways to use weapons in medieval times. Wouldn't surprise me if a harp was used that way too sometimes. Right. As I said, if you can't swing the entire weapon, what are you gonna do? Well, use the butt of the weapon. Makes sense. Hey, we have a wall ring. Nice. We are level 49 and some change. Alright, let's get outside and find us a spot to grind. I'm actually going to be really curious whether we can go back to the... words. I'm really curious whether we can go back to the bridge and actually get encounters there. I would guess no, but I've never really tried. The Angry Canuck. Thank you for the raid into the host, I appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome everybody, I hope you have a nice day so far. I think these Gravito enemies are pretty strong. Well, not strong enough apparently. Hello, how's the challenge so far? Pretty solid. One of my biggest questions just kind of seemingly magically answered itself. By the way, in case you're curious, the chest on the left I didn't open there contains a red dragon guarding a drain sword. Drain sword is a knight-only weapon. Would be worth a bit of money, but the red dragon has like 7,500 HP and hits pretty hard. So it's not really worth fighting for the most part, plus we don't need money. But yeah, I ended up just kind of randomly figuring out that, hey, we can just grind on the big bridge, where Gilgamesh normally is, very, very efficiently as a monk. So I ended up doing that for quite a few levels. And I've also decided that I want to hit level 53 before getting to Atmos in order to defeat Atmos the true solo character challenge way. Since the monk has such a crazy HP growth plus the ability for plus 30% maximum HP, I think it just makes a lot of sense to try and, well, just do it the straightforward way. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. Alrighty, getting back outside for now. I like how Ziza just kind of shoves you to the side. He does not let you command the submarine by yourself. But hey, at least you can get back outside if desirable. Let's see. I don't think we can get encounters anymore, but well, we'll see in just a moment here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no more encounters here. That phase. On the bright side, you get the music still. Alright, let's go. We go to Hyria Mountain for the last leg of the experience grind here. Which is... Actually, no, we go to the Cure Beasts first. Because they have a chance to drop elixirs. I might need more elixirs in order to have a better chance against Atmos. Since the more elixirs I have, the more I can just heal myself to full. But it might make the most sense. The downside is, of course, that Cure Beasts are not the most common, plus they have evasion. But hey, we'll see. There they are. So each of the Cure Beasts is gonna be faster than we are, and they will just attack in the first turn. And the second turn, they will always heal all of their allies. We can reasonably reliably knock out the front row with one kick. They do have evasion, 10%, so it's not guaranteed. And the back row, well, they have a bit more HP than 600, about I think 950 or so, 980. Basically, if you deal 1000 damage in one hit, you will one-shot them. So yeah. This is why I wanted to deal 1000 damage with a kick before moving on from the bridge, because I figured this might be a decent spot anyways. Hey, one elixir already, very nice. And the experience here is pretty good, just not quite as fast as on the bridge, I think. Especially since the rabbits are not guaranteed encounters. Land turtles also exist here. Preemptive strikes are really nice. Plus potential attacks and counter-attacks to waste time. Well, this works too, I guess. Alright, it's gonna take a while, a bit longer than before, but at the same time, we get a bit of a change of scenery once in a while, so I think that's quite worthwhile. Plus, elixirs and turtle shells. We don't need turtle shells, but hey, we get them anyways. That rabbit is very defeated. His kicking is tier 3 black magic damage for free. Yeah, almost. Not quite. It is affected by roll, but yeah. But then at the same time, it is way higher level than a black mage has to be at this point. And yes, we're level grinding to level 53. That is gonna be my goal. At level 53, with a power ring, as well as strength armor and strength bandana, we actually reach another damage threshold. So that's the current plan. Curiously enough, despite the cure beast having 10% evasion rate, I don't think I've seen a miss so far. Might be I didn't pay enough attention, but still. You saw me miss? Alright. Fair enough. Okay, I just didn't pay that much attention then. I'm actually curious whether I should equip like an angel ring for defense instead, so I don't dodge. Because the counterattacks on these guys might actually be quite helpful. Plus, I would have more physical defense. Let's try. Flame ring. Also, we're level 50. Alrighty, I just saw the things in Discord come out. Thank you very much for the save files. Now, if we want to do Necromancer 2.0, we actually have an easy opportunity to do so. Thank you very much. That's no longer a hurdle. I hope they work. I'm sure they will. Thank you. Peter! Hello, and welcome. I hope you're doing well. You had to unlock all the spells to get it to work. The tool is very buggy. So I assume like all summon and magic spells too? I see, yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. It really doesn't matter for the most part. Thank you. That's really neat. I didn't even need to attack this fight, like everything done through counter. You can see I can try out the save files right after this stream. Maybe. If I'm not too lazy. Yeah, no, kick has the exact same chance to hit as anything else as well. It's just kick because it's a faster animation, and the chance to miss is low enough that punching is usually lower in average, I think. Probably. Don't really know, just kind of my interpretation of it. More elixirs. Neat. I think the goal for today is going to give Atmos a good whack, and that's that for now. I actually haven't really calculated the damage for X-Def yet. Let's see, X-Def I will have +6 strength. Where is my calculation? Long. There we go. Plus 6 strength, which is exactly 60 actually. Next F I think has 25 defense. Let's see. Next F Castle. Alright, XDef does indeed have 25 physical defense. 16,870 something HP is relevant. We're gonna be level 53 at the very least. Actually curious whether this pure beast in the back is now in the front row or not. Nope, still in the back. Alright. Yeah, at level 53 we need 14 successful attacks against XDef. The main downside is XDef does have evasion 10%, so we will miss once in a while. But at the same time, 14 attacks divided by 2, so 7 attack cycles, in theory. Plus if we get a crit in there. And a reflection. Sounds pretty reasonable to me. I think level 53 is gonna be fine for XDef at the end of World 2 as well. I like the amount of elixirs we're getting. They're neat. Hello, welcome to you. I hope you have a nice day so far. I mean, at this point I think we have enough elixirs. We could just go different places too to explore. Except for the ridicule enemies. That's not a good place to go anyways. But I'm actually specifically thinking of a different place that might be useful to grind in instead. Wait, I wanted high potions. High potions we get here. Yeah, I missed 3 monsters at once. They did have 20% evasion rather than just 10%, but chances for that all 3 missing at the same time, not terribly high. It's just that for some reason the cure beasts I seem to miss. It feels like I miss significantly less despite it being, well, 10% chance to miss. I wonder if there's something else under the hood there too. Or that's probably just the unreliable sentiment of a human who perceives statistical significance. Something like that. I don't know how to phrase that properly, but I think you get what I mean. Let's see, I think the forest here has pretty decent encounters. As long as they do not... Oh, yeah, that's not good. I can't run away because I didn't get my turn yet. Thank you. Hit him. I mean, at this point, we might as well try to finish them off, I guess. Oh, that did not finish them off. Alright. I need one more turn here. Well, I'm not gonna get it, I suppose. Oh dear. Yeah, this is not a good encounter to be in. They might actually kill me at this rate. And again, how much MP do they have? They might run out of MP before they get to kill me. Sleepy. Sleepy is at 100 MP. I think casting sleep costs like 3. Oh, we actually counterattacked one. I think we may be fine. There we go, we're gonna be fine. I would like to point out that we knocked all of them out by counterattacks. Pretty good experience. But the encounter takes way too long. So I think I'm one island too far to the south or so? Where is that encounter set that I'm looking for? I thought it was in the forest. Might be this one. Sleep is 2 MP, so they could have cast sleep 50 times each. Oh boy. Oh, there's more sleepies here. Oh no! Oh, I thought that was a different encounter set. Oh no. Oh well. We get a turn? Well, we get a counterattack at least. Hey, we got away. Oh dear. Where was the thing then? You know what is possible? It's possible that the encounter set I'm looking for is either here at the bottom, because it might just be in a different encounter zone. I'm actually going to go ahead and equip the elf cape here. So we have slightly more agility. Let's actually just see here. I think the Bolt Mani have too much HP to one-shot with a kick. Well, especially if they're in the back row, I suppose. The Bolt Mani. 1300, yeah, they don't have... Maybe, if it's reliable 1300 right there, I guess it could work. Wouldn't be much worse than the Cure Beast anyways. In fact, it's better experience, just no elixirs. And oh my goodness, these encounters. Oh well, that's alright. This is what we get for not wanting to spend... Well, me not wanting to spend that much time in one place. On the bridge specifically. That's very low HP remaining on that thing. Better than Sleepy Guys, it's true. Pretty sure Sleepy Guys are only in the forest. Pretty sure. Hey, another elixir. Getting pretty lucky on those. I'm just gonna go back to the flame ring here for more physical defense instead. Let's see, this is the encounter I was actually looking towards for possibly being efficient, but it depends on how many of these are in the back row or the front row. Alright, there's only 2 front row, the rest of them are in the back row. So less than ideal. If it was 3 front row and 2 back, then it might have been efficient, but I don't think this is good enough here. Might as well go back to the Cure Beast, at least I don't take as much damage for the most part. Which, to be fair, it's not much damage, but I have to heal every, like, 6 encounters rather than 10. I'm just lazy. Alright, let's go back to the Cure Beasts. Well, the other place anyways. And there's also turtles. Actually, there's one more spot I want to check out real quick. That is maybe on the overworld here, because I think the highest HP is 700 for enemy encounters here. In a couple more levels you can kill them in 2 clicks guaranteed, I think. Well, in theory, yes. But I can one-shot these, and these are almost 1,000 experience. I think the problem here is if we get into encounter with the other enemies, plus we're not quite fast enough here either. I think I need my elf cape here. With the elf cape I should be just reliably faster than the water boss enemies. Probably. Actually, I'm also gonna go for the green beret for +1 agility too. These are the ones that I'm worried about, because they can halve my level, and even though there should be a one-shot as well, Dark Shock is just going to ruin our monk here. 96 damage, all the way down from over 1,000. Oh boy. Wow. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go back to the Cure Beasts, I think. If we didn't encounter these guys, it might be reasonably reliable. I think you get all the same encounters regardless of whether you are in the forest or in the plains around here. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter for this specific area. Okay, Torrent has 700 HP, so that's just barely another one-shot. Well, I mean, if we get reliably torrent enemies here, tiny bit more strength would actually potentially do the trick. Because if I equip like the strength ring, might just be enough damage here. highly doubt it's reliably torrent enemies, but would be nice. All ranting in Discord done. Thank you so much, Komaru. Need a bit more. But I'm pretty sure if I... Well, I guess I could equip the strength armor instead of the bone mail. Then that might work. I was just thinking I can't exchange another agility equipment, otherwise I'm too slow, probably. Still not enough damage. I'm pretty sure we are at the exact same speed now. Let me check real quick. Alright, there we go. 700 HP. Yeah, 25 speed. And we have 27 agility. Which if I get one less... This is so silly. With one less agility... I would basically speed type. Alright, so right now I have... How much strength is this? 63? Should be 63, I think. 61, what? Oh, right, wait. Right, never mind. 61, our next damage threshold is at level... 51, okay. Did I just reach 51? Because now in theory we deal a bit more damage than before. This might just push it over the edge. For 700 damage for these guys. Maybe. I didn't realize there was a reliable torrent encounter here. Yeah, that should work. Nice. Okay, we are actually in a very comfy spot right here. I'm glad I checked because I was wrong. There apparently is a really reliable encounter. I had no idea about this one. This is great. Only specifically relevant to monks, to be fair, but still pretty great. Because any other character that can use some form of area of effect will likely just go for something that is stronger, to say the least. Like, literally in the first world against Black Flames, you get more experience and more money. For a just as reliable encounter. Alright, I mean, might as well punch that last one here too. I guess that's the one downside. It's actually an interesting point. I didn't even consider that until just now. On the bridge, we never got into a back attack because it is scripted encounters. And except for Biblos and Ifrit, you never get back or preemptive strikes on scripted encounters. I'm so surprised that there's an encounter like this over here. But also pleasantly surprised at this. Isn't the panda possible back attack? I don't think so. At least not from my memory. Biblos is, but I don't think a panda is. I might be wrong on that, I'm not entirely sure. Like 80% certain. Let's see. Alright. It's a 50-50 whether we counterattack or not. I don't know what the probability is for these trees to attack in the first place. But it seems to work out just fine right now anyways. What level are you working for here? Level 53. At level 53 I get an additional attack multiplier if I have the strength armor, strength headband and strength ring equipped. And that gives me, I think, just slightly over 10 successful hits on Atmos in order to defeat him. That's without any critical hits. Which I'm hoping for at least one crit. And it also gives me, including the plus 30% maximum HP passive skill, is going to give me just over 5000 HP, and I looked up how much HP I had on the Geomancer in order to figure out how much HP I was going to aim for, which happens to be just over 5000. I will have a bit more HP than the Geomancer had for the Solo Atmos thing. Makes you unstoppable. Maybe. Atmos may stop us for a while, the way I'm trying to tackle him. But we'll see. Is this the best experience right now? Maybe. Probably. So earlier we were on the bridge where we got encounters slightly quicker and no back attacks. But it was only 900 experience per encounter. This one is I think 990. But the bridge we can no longer go back to because that is only available during the Gilgamesh encounter. Let's see. Yeah, 990 experience. So, because it's a consistent encounter and very reliable without having to worry about enemies attacking outside of back attacks like this, I think this is basically as good as it gets. Probably. If you have any form of other type of area of effect attacks that is not tied to the monk, or if you had more speed as a monk, there might be better places, but well, we don't. Because the monk's area of effect is based on enemy row positioning, whether they are in the back or the front row, we are a bit more limited than other AoE attacks would be. Like if you have a mage, for example, they probably have significant... well, no, they certainly have better places to grind to that point. We could have that way earlier, even. Let's see... 18,000 more, then one more level. We are almost done. Wait. Okay, 4 more encounters until we get to level 52, and then I will know how many more encounters it's going to be until next level. To be fair, it is easier to count with 990 experience than it is with 900. In terms of how many more encounters there are, at least in my head. Alrighty, let's see. Okay, it's about 58 more encounters. Okay, let's go. Would you put this near the top in your favorite Final Fantasy games? Yeah, I would. It's basically, at this point for me personally, like 3 Final Fantasy games are at the top, with Final Fantasy 6, 5 and 9 are just kind of... all 3 of them have aspects to them that are just really, really good in my book. Like, quite amazing. And then not far behind is Final Fantasy X. Kaiser Knuckles versus Running Shoes, discuss. Unless you have an external source of haste for your character that uses Kaiser Knuckles, Running Shoes are pretty much always better. The exception can be when you have a very low level character, like level 10 to 15 maybe. Then the Kaiser Knuckles can outperform the Running Shoes. But at that point, you probably don't deal a whole lot of damage against the enemies anyways. You think the combat in this is amazing, the story kind of drags you though. Yeah, the story is, well, it's serviceable. It's not bad. But Final Fantasy 9 and 6 are the ones I play for the story. Final Fantasy 9 slightly more so. I just love the Final Fantasy 6 setup concept. One of my favorite things about any media, including video games, is the concept of storytelling from the perspective of multiple characters and angles. And Final Fantasy VI just does it so well in my honest opinion. Were you able to use Defender and Masamune in your Knight and Samurai runs? I haven't done Samurai yet actually, but yes, I did use the Defender sword. Very convenient. And yes, being able, like if you have more than one character, then it is decently acceptable if you can haste your monk or the wearer of the Kaiser Knuckles. Other than that, Hermes sandals are just almost always better. Like if you have a time mage, a samurai, or a chemist to cast haste on your character with Kaiser Knuckles, then I think it's usually worthwhile. But even the immunities the Hermes handles provide, the immunity to sleep, paralyze, stop and slow, is just really crazy good by itself. And yes, Samurai can cast haste on yourself via Masamune, which also always gives you the very first turn if you wield the Masamune on the Samurai. Even in the back attack, the Samurai gets to act first. Oops. Accidentally went outside the thingy. What level are we? 52. Each encounter gives us 990 experience. And we should be about 45-ish encounters away from level 53, which is our goal. Yeah, worth noting that the Kaizen Knuckles do give you the additional stats even if you don't use barehanded. At least I think so. Hang on. What do they exactly give? Kaizen Knuckles. Only for fists. Oh. Here, the Kaizen Knuckles also give you +5 strength, which is notable. Probably gives you an additional attack multiplier on top of everything. Maybe even 2 if you're high enough level for it. Work. "37 more encounters until we're there." 53 is the level we want to go for. 70 would be a bit overkill, also that would take a long time. A lot longer anyways. I wonder what's the highest level character we entered the game at. Well, of course, we ended the game at level 99 as a berserker. That doesn't exactly count. Because we didn't technically end the game either. Level 73 on the Geomancer was the highest level we went to. Total. At level 99 you might hit the damage cap with Just Fists. Probably not quite. Let's see. Well, if you critically hit, you would hit the damage cap, yes. Let's see, an enemy with 0 defense at level 99 with 63 strength. Actually, I guess you can go up to 65. Plus 50. With Kaiser Knuckles. So with Kaiser Knuckles at level 99 with 65 strength, which is I think the maximum you can get to, you would deal 7,000 damage on average with a kick. And also punch for that matter, with one punch that is. Were you ever successful if the Beastmaster final fight / roulette? Yes. I have finished every single solo challenge we have started before starting the next one, except for the Berserker. But the Berserker is a special case. I guess you could focus, that's true. You would reach the cap easily. You would reach the cap well before level 99 too. Oh, you thought Berserker and Beastmaster. I see. Yeah, no, we haven't finished. Well, we haven't beaten the final boss as to be Berserker. Well, now I'm doing it too. But in my book, Berserker is complete as it is, because the probability of actually beating the final boss is too low to even reasonably go for, unless somebody figures out some RNG manipulation for it. Then I would try to hit that manipulation. But yeah, good luck. The Berserker job makes no sense. It's supposed to trade control for high physical damage, but it's outdamaged by all other physical classes. Even Dancer does more damage. I mean, I don't know what the Berserker is supposed to do, but that feels like it would be in the air, right? And yeah. There's not much of a reason to use a Berserker in Final Fantasy V casually anyways. Aside from fun. Having a character you can't control in your party is actually quite an interesting challenge in my book. Yeah, I mean even just straight up damage. I mean Dancer is not necessarily a good comparison because Dancer is a very high damage class. With the Sword Dance Up equipment, 50% of your attacks could just be max damage with a chicken knife. At least Umaru had Snow Muffler and 2 great relics. Umaru is fun. My first completed playthrough of Final Fantasy VI, I had 3 characters, of which I only could... 4 characters, of which I only could control one of them most of the time. I used Mok for dancing, I used Gao for, well, beasting I suppose, and Umaru alongside Cyan. I actually really enjoyed that team. And yes, Gao does indeed have some stupidly powerful breaches. I went with more generic ones without doing like a wind god or anything like that setup. Yeah, 13,000 experience remaining. We're almost there. 14 more experience, 40 more encounters. Even just, I think the one I ended up using the most with Go was Cat Scratch. Because that was just really crazy. After Tonberry? I didn't even realize I could get a Tonberry. Interesting. Then again, I didn't unlock, well, even half of the rages. And I probably tested not even all the ones I had. There was an enemy that looked like a living sword, forgot its name. Its rage let go cast Ice 3 and it was immune to almost all stars, so it nullified almost all elements. Oh wow, interesting. I guess it would be fascinating to just do a somewhat solo playthrough with Go, but then again that's kinda difficult. Because how do you unlock a rage when you only have Go in your team? I wonder if the new bosses show up in the Welt in later versions. I don't know. No idea. You would have to defeat the Tonberry, fight in the Welt and have Cloud jump and then hope he learns it. Yeah, I did defeat the Tonberry, I think, in my casual play. Did we get the thing? Almost. 3,000 experience remains. Alright. Let's head over back to the thingamajig. You know, that thing. The tower. If I ever find where it is. Where am I? Oh, in the wrong place. Let's go back to the tower and we just get the rest of the experience along the way. So the long grind is basically done. Soon. I don't know whether we will need or want more for the final confrontation with X-Death. No idea. I will need to still calculate that. So yeah, my goal for today is to defeat Atmos. And I think we are well on the way to be able to achieve that. Hopefully anyways. Hopefully anyways. To be fair, Geomancer has one more agility than a monk. I do not know whether that's going to make a difference or not. Remember the Final Fantasy VI imp status with the specific imp weapon armor? That was a cool little secret. Yeah, I've actually never seen it in action, to be honest. I just know it exists. That's about it. Magnet. Time slip. Oh, well, that's not good. I don't have the bone mail equipped, so I'm actually susceptible to time slip right now. Also take a lot of physical damage here. Alrighty, bone meal equipped, now I can no longer be time slipped. Because if you're immune against one of the two status effect time slip applied, which is sleep or aging, then you will never be hit by it. And we are now immune to the aging status effect thanks to the bone meal. As well as immune to confusion, berserk, poison, darkness, everything. A lot of stuff. You know, I meant to kick, but I suppose that's not all that necessary. High potion. High potion. High potion is a rare drop from the magnetic enemies. Stab. Punch. Punch. I think the punch wins. Then again, it's not exactly a fair comparison, we are a fair bit higher level than this poor guy. You're level 52. Level 4 quarter is actually going to deal damage to us. That's not good. Yeah. Those trickier enemies are no fun when you have high HP and your level is divisible by 4. Because level 4 quarter will hit you. On a completely random note, since the topic actually came up recently in Discord, has anyone played No Man's Sky recently? If so, would you recommend it for this stream? Because I'm curious at this point. Oh, we've actually one-shot the Traveler 2 with a kick now. And we have gained another wall ring. And our level 53 has been achieved. Alrighty, I'm gonna equip the HP plus 30%. We're going to equip the full equipment for strength and everything. We have 5454 HP maximum. We have a few elixirs to work with. And that is going to be how we want to try and defeat Atmos. And I will need a little bit of luck. I'm gonna put Ferris into the back row, because that gives me a little bit more time to work with. Let's see. We'll probably get into at least one encounter before Atmos here. Kinda curious, how much damage do we deal? Almost 1500 per hit. Pretty good. Played it a couple of months ago. Was a good game, but you're not really sure it's good for streaming. Fair enough. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome to Atmos. The way Atmos works is as follows. He has permanent haste status effect, which means he is going to go about 2.5 to 3 times as fast as my character. And each turn Atmos gets, he can attack up to 2 times with Comet. Comet is an attack that deals random damage between 200 and 1600. And he can throw 2 of these per turn. And he gets, well, up to 3 turns before I get 1 more. So that's kind of what he does if none of the characters are dead on the ground. However, if your characters are indeed dead on the ground, he's going to slowly pull them towards him. He has about 19,000. He has 19,997 HP. That's a nice crit right there. And well, soon as the cactus are close enough to his mouth, he's gonna absorb them into the wormhole. This is why Ferris is in the back row. He's going to delay the absorption ever so slightly. Nice, another crit. And, well, here's the reason why I want to have so much HP, because here come the comets. Wow, nice crit. I unfortunately have no idea how close we are to defeating him, but we need to get lucky. So he has a 1 in 3 chance to not do anything on any of his given his 2 turns, and he actually just decided to not do anything on 2 of his turns right there. Now the question is, when am I safe? I have 2600-ish HP. He just got a turn, which means he likely gets 2 more turns. Let's go for it. Oh! I didn't realize how close he was to be defeated. So, let me real quick explain this boss here for the purpose of solo cactus challenge runs. Unless you have a ridiculous amount of damage, like we have with a pretty high level monk here, with some luck and critical hits that is, unless you have a ridiculous amount of damage, you will not be able to defeat Atmos before he absorbs all your cactus. And unless you have really high maximum HP, like our monk has, you will not be able to survive the onslaught of comets that come flying your way. Now, a few things about this. The White Mage didn't even have enough damage to defeat Atmos doing it the other sort of cactus challenge route way. But this, the way I defeated him right now, is what I call the true solo cactus challenge right way, where I just, well, straight up defeated him the other way that a few other cactus have taken that route, because the damage output is not as extreme and they don't have really any means to put Atmos to sleep, which is his step ability, or, well, to survive the comets otherwise. A few cactus, what I've done instead is I just had 2 of the cactus alive, Lena and Galuf, and Ferris dead for example. And then I would kill off Galuf as soon as Ferris gets absorbed, and then I would kill off Lena as soon as Galuf gets absorbed. And that's the time frame that we have for the other solo cactus. However, if you have the means, and if you need to level up for the end of World 2 anyways for X-Death, the final encounter, you might as well just level up before Atmos, in my opinion. I did that for the Geomancer, which had to be stupidly high level to defeat X-Death at the end of World 2. So might as well do it before Atmos. As well as now with the Monk. We have to be pretty high level to defeat X-Death at the end of World 2 as well. So once again, might as well do it before Atmos. There have actually been, I think it's about 50-50 split on how I did it in solo cactus challenge runs. So yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised on getting this first try. We did get 2 critical hits, which I think is above average luck with the amount of attacks we did. Was it 3 crits? Successive comets is just completely random damage. You can... But here's the thing, you might actually see the same patterns of numbers from the comets, where you have really high spikes with a few comets in a row but then a few low ones. Because Final Fantasy V RNG is not perfectly random, there are certain patterns that can emerge again and again if you just, well, observe them for long enough. But for that matter, because I'm not gonna fight this fight for that long, I basically have no idea what the patterns are going to be. So, Comet can deal up to 1600 damage, minus magic defense, so it's usually like more 1550 or something like that. And yeah, that's kind of the baseline of how Comet works. And because he can throw 2 comets per turn, and he can get easily 3 turns for me getting 1 turn, he can throw up to 6 comets, and in theory, if it was purely random, he could deal 1,500 damage times 6 in one turn, which is 9,000 HP damage, which he wouldn't survive. But yeah. Monk strong. Yep. He's super strong, actually. Alrighty, everybody. We have managed to defeat Atmos. That was easier than anticipated. In hindsight, I might have been able to do this earlier, although it might have been pretty sketchy, honestly. I do feel like having that extra maximum HP would have made it more survivable either way. Or we could have had to try for a bit more luck with more critical hits, etc. Either way, I think this was actually a pretty good goal level right here. So, alrighty. After this cutscene, I think that is it for today. We have managed to complete the grind for elixirs in World 1. We just completely at random managed to find 2 separate grinds that actually were very well suited for the monk. One on the Gilgamesh Bridge, and one where I must have completely overlooked that, but there's... actually, no, I think... I remember. I did see there were torrents in a specific encounter set, and only torrents. But I didn't realize that torrents were the trees. For some reason I assumed that was a different type of enemy. So yeah, either way. This is it for me for today, so everybody, thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around, and, well, hopefully until next time. Take care, and have a good night.